Look at what the cat dragged in.
Is it 1358 yet?
No.
Then fuck off.
Hey Art, thanks for the raid. Hope you guys enjoyed your cast. I watched some of it, got the ending, so you're transferring a player from yours to our stream as well. So Cat Burger. I haven't seen the full series though, but went to the wire. So hope you guys liked it. We are still a couple of minutes away from starting. Salty will be joining soon as well. I guess I also will mod Salty so that he gonna ban all of you. Oh, hello Alex. Thanks for the shout out. Those actually exist, I forgot about them. Also hello YouTube. We are live on YouTube as well. The games are starting in 26 minutes more or less. Cat Burger played really well. Jamie drew a bit badly. I went too far on the blades. Despite all of that, he played well too. Okay, thanks for the info. I don't know, I watched Jamie in Metals tournaments and drawing badly, like having problems and fighting Golden Necker and Syndicate was his biggest problem in my experience. So sad he's out, but yeah, Cat is there to challenge Truzky. It's gonna be fun. Okay, we can let go of starting soon.
You always were an unruly child. I adored that about you.
Yeah, we're still like a million minutes away from the game, right? Yeah, 6 minutes ago the match has started, but since we are on a delay, exclamation mark delay, no delay. No delay, but yes delay. Hi my favorite caster Elfeldi, glad to be blessed with your presence on the stream. I hope they hire you to cast the final 8 of the Masters Feldy. Your duo. Copium. Feldy? Yeah, Feldy was casting with Jess yesterday, and I guess you were casting today as well. So yeah, 2 days. So he can put it on his resume, casted for 2 days. So he wasn't.
Universals exist as real and distinct
He
entities,
wasn't quiet after the first one. Oh, Driftblink is here. Yeah, another my favorite Gwent caster is here. I can put Gwent World Master caster. Yeah. So there is not enough time. I was thinking maybe to go over the previous games. But there is no real time for that. So yeah, Gwent Masters, eh? Oh man, I'm rusty again. I haven't streamed for 5 days and the mojo is gone. First of all, it wasn't ever here, but also it's gone. What do I need? I need the cameras. Seems like a fine idea of you casting. Yeah, but once again, I hope projects get in touch with you to cast next week. So, Gwent Masters, it's happening. It's almost done. Hi, Witcher Lilith. Hello, hello. Bam. And then save the date. And I'm blocking the save this time, not the group stage. So, we have the end of group stage in the next 6 hours. Be here or miss it all. And then playoff stage next week. And the group stage might be strange for some of you. But the playoff stage is same old Gwent Masters and Gwent Open structure. So just a best of 5 matches. Single elimination. Somehow I never had contact with CDPR. Me neither. Oh wait, no. A little bit of contact that you have to initiate, otherwise, yeah, good luck. But then, okay, no, not entirely true. But it could have been better. I should have networked better as well. And I see that the Salty is here. And hello, hello.
Hey, greeting of the day, Rabbit.
Okay, so let me bring the webcam. Yeah, there is a detail to the webcam thing. You need to pop out the cam from Discord, otherwise it's not there. Okay, so we got Salty, we got music, and you guys should know. Let me know about the volume of the Gwent OST on the background.
Greeting of the day, all of you delightful heathens. Hopefully my voice is coming in at an audio level that is making your hearts happy.
Yeah. For me it is at the perfect level, so chat, we wait for your confirmation, but yeah, we're here to cast some Gwent. And some top level elimination Gwent. You lose, you out. That's the tiebreaker. Yeah. Sounds good. Okay, thank you, Wholesome. Wait, that's Wholesome confirming my... No. I need another confirmation. This is the person who says that there is never any music on the background.
Imagine building a reputation for yourself and then having your reputation see its way forward. Just imagine being the person that you are assumed to be.
Okay, Lilith, I will believe. His voice makes my legs tremble. There we go.
Lilith, greeting of the day. Thank you for the kind words. It's very nice of you. I've been told that I should be an airline pilot because if the plane is crashing, I could keep everybody nice and calm. Just tell them the plane is descending at 5,000 feet per second. We'll be on the ground in about 10 seconds. And everyone will just be very relaxed about it. So I take that as high praise.
Yeah, not to bring everyone down, but, well, the Gwent is sunsetting, so you are
the Gwent plane is crashing.
So, yeah, you are basically just trying it out, and maybe you'll consider the career change.
Exactly. I was going to be a Gwent caster professionally, but with Gwent going out now, I have to be an airline pilot.
Yeah. Okay.
Kung Fu Rabbit, if you would be kind enough, is it when we get to the game cast, if you can just let me know when you press play on your on the live stream link, and that way I'll synchronize mine with yours, so I don't have to delay.
Mm-hmm. Okay, good. I'll try to remember that. We're still like 18 minutes away. So, what are we casting? I guess that goes over the camera so that we are not blocking. We had the group A. We have a group A. And we had a couple of matches here today and yesterday, and now Truzky versus Catburger is our tiebreaker game. Best of 5, same format, but now the loser of this match goes out, and the winner is transferring to next weekend's main stage.
Yeah, it's Rabbit and I were talking about this off stream earlier, but the It's a little bit complicated the way that that Gwent has done these play-ins to do the group stage into the following weekend finals. But we both agree it's really the best way to make sure that the players are all level set from the beginning, and have the best opportunity possible to see like the best players, or the players who are playing the best that weekend make their way forward. So really love the way that the Gwent team has structured this, and think it's going to bring all of us like the most exciting flavor of best of fives we can have.
Yeah, so yeah, that's the players' way to this tiebreaker. And do I have it? I should have it somewhere. Yeah, we had 3 groups as mentioned, and I guess I'll need to bring the cameras somewhat down so that we are not blocking.
I was gonna say, Jed, just destroy. You can destroy my camera for the time being.
So yeah, we have a group stage here. We've seen one group. There are three groups like this, so there will be matches in parallel, and some of it is already decided. We had the winner matches, and some of the players are already through. But we are searching for the last 3 participants, and yeah, we have 6 places in the Masters final 8 because. 2 are already booked by the winner of mid-season tournament Kaneki and by Paya, who qualified through the crown points. So yeah, today we got Mayamon qualify already and a couple more people, and we are searching for those last participants.
Yeah, I know that myself included, a lot of us are really happy to see Mayamon in the final weekend, because he's been such a staple part of the community, but also with the creativity of his deck building, just the way that he goes about engaging with everyone. Really, at least for me, not that I'm not happy to see a lot of the players who have been playing thousands and thousands of hours of Gwent for most of the last half decade, but especially happy earlier today to see Mayamon make it through to next weekend.
Yeah, that's exciting. He is a fan favorite for his deck building, and also tons of streams with delays, without delays, perfecting his decks and trying some meta lists as well. So, very, very deserved place in top 8 in my opinion. I haven't seen all of the games, so people might say he drew better than the opponent, something, lineups. I don't know how the qualification happened exactly, but we see pretty clean 3-0 and 3-1, so a place in top 8 booked for him, which is nice to see. And now we can go and look over the decks, right? Starting with Truzky's lineup. I have that first, so let's open and bring it to the screen. Let me check. Yeah, everything is perfect. So, 4 decks, one of them gonna be banned, but we'll look over all of them. So Truzky, representing Team Elder Blood, decided to go for Mahakam Forge over the Guerrilla Tactics. So Guerrilla Tactics has been taking over the ladder lately, and we've seen a lot of that represented in the tournament, but a couple of players decided to go for the Forge instead. Rather weak leader in many players' opinion, not seeing it a lot, but plays basically same deck as Guerrilla Tactics without the Milva movement package, so more points on your side of the board, but we still see the control cards like Heatwave and Curse of Corruptions. Have you had a chance to play Forge in this format, Salty, or not?
I have, and I think it kind of depends, because the Mahakam Forge list has a little more points and than the Guerrilla Tactics version, but the Guerrilla Tactics version, of course, lets you use your leader a little more freely, and it gives you more control. So either flavor of this, I think I was talking to Shinmiri about this as well, and he's mentioned this on his stream, thinks that the Scoia'tael, this variation, give or take, of the Scoia'tael is probably one of the strongest right now in the meta. Because it has points in a short round, It has value in the long round. It can bleed, and it has plenty of control. So a really fun list, and I'm excited to see the Mahakam Forge flavor of this today.
Okay.
Next up for Truzky, we have the White Frost list. This is more of the control version of Devotion White Frost than with the addition of Toad Prince and Lord Riptide as compared to kind of some of the more standard Frost lists that we've seen that goes all in on Frost. But again, a fairly powerful list, and if you can get the right coin against the right matchup, it's pretty hard to beat.
Yeah, so as you mentioned, we see Toad Prince here, that card that might break occasionally because your opponent is just going tall, but unlike Magpie, this Truzky's list is running double navigator, so bronzes have been reshuffled between the two frosts that we see on this tournament, and yeah, it once again might be a surprise. Like, we see Mahakam Forge in the final tournament of the year and official tournament of Gwent, and now we see White Frost as well, that has been buried by many for not having for being exposed by the greedier decks like Cultists, for example. But yeah, with no Cultist threat. And we also, I was semi-expecting some Cultists make an appearance, but amount of heat waves is just ridiculous, so you're not risking that. So yeah, Frost, Devotion monsters, let's see that in action. Moving on, Truzky brings Lined Pockets, so Vice deck with Ixora and Acherontia, running non-Devotion version of it for the Heat Wave and Royal Decree, so we don't see the Junior. Instead, we have here a Heat Wave here, and Open Sesame's being reverse buffed. Nerf was reversed by the Balance Council, so this deck is alive and kicking again.
I also, Rabbit, realized that there's no Vivaldi Bank in this list either, in favor of the Royal Decree and playing the Horson's Freak Show. So a little bit less consistent than some of the other variations that we've seen in the past, but I mean, we know how powerful this list can be if the engines go unchecked.
Yeah, the reason for the Royal Decree over the bank is also like you want that Madame Marquis Serenity thinning and point slam, or like engine slam, so to say, in round one, so Decree is just more reliable for that. So yeah. Breaking Devotion, if you are starting Breaking Devotion, then Heatwave also makes a lot of sense as a toll punish, unlike Morils that might underperform in certain circumstances.
For sure. And then last we see we see the Shoop, Redea, Erland pincer maneuver list. But this is an interesting twist on what we've seen the last few months in the top 64 and top 16 qualifiers, where the top end of the Shoop list looks fairly standard, right up until the Margarita. And so we see here Truzky playing double locks in the 6P with Dorgaray, opts to play a Boiling Oil, which of course is one less unit for the mutagenerator, but he doesn't mind in the 5 slot because he is playing an absolute pile of 4s all the way down. So we see essentially the 4 slots are some points, some potential engines, but at the end of the day, just a lot of tech options as well. There's of course, the Ephiri Merchant, which pairs nicely with the Centurion Envoy to try and set up doing some sneaky things to your opponent's deck. You've got the tech of Squirrel. There's the newly buffed Kedwenny Revenant, of course, which is one of our favorites now, that if it sticks on the board is a huge pain in the ass for the opponent. And we saw earlier today Truzky be successful with this list. So definitely this flavor of it feels like it's got some legs.
Yeah, and it was nerfed by the mutagenerator provision loss, so the 8 even 10 provision cards were lost in some of the lists. Like here we don't see Heatwave or Geralt Vanilla, Geralt Igni that was played because you just don't have provisions anymore. You have a heap of 4P cards and still you have to cut more. And yeah, this is Truzky's attempt to feed the double lock and some control in Boiling Oil form. So that's Truzky's lineup. We don't see Skellige, we don't see Nilfgaard, but 4 factions of course represented, and we see that 3 factions are the same for the Catburger, but in their lineup they have imposters, so Nilfgaard is being represented, but even the mirror faction, so to say, are playing somewhat different leader abilities, different deck ideas. So I'll start with Guerrilla Tactics. As you can see, the armor is the king of those decks, both Forge and Guerrilla Tactics, but yeah, Milva Shiro being run in this because you have ability to set up your like big Shiro or very wide low power Shiro through the damage that you are running. You have Shiro available at 3, at 6, at 8. Like you have many ways of buffing it by like Mahakam Pass click, tempering, or your leader ability. So opponent needs to be mindful and like stagger their unit power. So yeah, hopefully me being one of the Shiru streamers, Shiru players for like past 3-4 years, yeah, I'm pretty happy this card is featured in the meta or tournament meta.
For sure. I like seeing these kind of lists where it's you really have to navigate these decks well with the trying to think forward about lining up your own Shiru, when to bleed versus when to take more of a long round if you can win round 1. And that's actually one of the shortfalls of this deck is you've got a lot of cards that that in a perfect world you play in round 2 or round 3. So that's where with this Guerrilla Tactics list, you can get into trouble is if you lose round control and then you get the Simless bled out, or if the Shiru doesn't get value and now you're left with a lot of control but not a lot of points. So it's an opposite deck, a deck that has a ton of points on the front end thanks to the ability to use Witch's Sabbath is Arrakis Swarm, and we see this Idder list that looks give or take fairly similar to a lot of the flavors that we've seen in the past. But I'm really excited to see Acid Spit.
Yeah.
I think that this card is really fun. It's really neat, and the synergy that it can have with Glusty is really fun. We also see Xavier Lemons in the 6th slot as well, so opting for a little bit less power to have some graveyard hate there as well. Also maybe to set up, you could also in a rare use case could use it to set up your own graveyard for the Witch's Sabbath if you want. It especially feels nice in a tournament setting where you know the opponent's deck list. So you know that, for example, in round 3, maybe you want to play Lemons first to delete, say, Cave Troll from your own graveyard because you know that you want to bring out the Idders and the Arrakis Queen. And you don't want to gamble on the Cave Troll coming out because you say, I know the opponent doesn't have any control, and so on. So going to be some really neat interactions, I think, with this deck.
Yeah, I like Acid Speed. People tried it, and then I think the tournament meta was abandoning it, but it's back for the main course, so to say, to the final tournament. So happy about that. And yeah, Lemons is always a consideration if you expect like Open Sesame in Syndicate and many other cards like Deathwish as well struggles against it, losing the Succubi. So interesting to see how this performs, and I think we've seen many variations of Arrakis Swarm in in this tournament. Next on the menu is Blood Money. Golden Necker is not leaving Syndicate, doesn't leave Novigrad, even if there are new shiny things like Novigrad and Marquis Serenity. Poison's Bounty is back, and it's 6 Justice for Syndicate. So yeah, there is also a notion of Matahuri being added to the list. Golden Necker is 10 provisions, but don't worry, it doesn't break its own condition of cards 9p and lower. So now you have a reliable tutor. We've seen people miss, maybe you play the list yourself, you know how you have everything lined up perfectly, but Golden Necker is stuck in the deck and you have nothing to fish it out with. And now you have Mata, who can reliably bring it to you. And if you don't need it, if you don't have anything useful in the deck, well, you're playing a 6 for 9 to another row, but yeah, the consistency rules.
You exactly hit the nail on the head. I think the big call out with this list, and we're seeing this more with Golden Necker decks now, is because of its being at 10 provisions, is to play Mata instead of Arcane Tome in a lot of instances. Because, especially in this list, yes, you get value off of your specials, but you get a 6-point body with Mata. You also have a number of units when you think about, you assume the Roach comes out in round 1. There's Maral. You would like to get your Sirinova out sooner, but at a minimum, there's Maral or your Royal Decree or your Ignatius that if you already have the Golden Necker in hand, that the Mata guarantees as well. So also the Mata can be used in some instances to help set up your Golden Necker because you draw the top card. So if you want to, say, draw the Ignatius and hold it for last say, you can do that instead of having to gamble that the Golden Necker will pull it out as the first unit on top of your deck. So seeing a lot more Mata, it gives a lot more consistency. We also see this is more of this Blood Money structure is a little bit more poison heavy with the brothers Blindheim as well. So yeah, I'm looking. It's weird to say, but I'm looking forward to seeing this list if it doesn't get banned. And then finally, we have this Nilfgaard Imposter deck, the Status Ball deck that has just, since Mayamon kind of made this a thing a few months back, has just been drifting back and forth in the meta. And I don't know, Rabbit, if you've played a lot against it on ladder. I know that it's incredibly frustrating to me because it has so many engines, so many things you want to try and answer. It's good in a short round. It's almost unbeatable in a long round. What are your thoughts on this list?
Yeah, so I don't know. I haven't encountered Status Nilfgaard too much, but looking at the Balance Council votes, people were targeting everything about this list, top end bronzes, but yeah, then there was this pro player call to maybe revert Thirsty Dame to 5p again because other nerfs went through, and that was the way to fix it. I actually didn't believe that anyone would consider the list for the Masters, but here we are, 2 players. I think both Joe and Catburger decided to take it to Masters, so it worked out. We had some additional diversity, so we're not only witnessing like a simulate and entry Nilfgaard, something like Devotion, Poison oriented Masquerade Ball is here, so I'm happy. And yeah, I wouldn't say that I've encountered it too much, but I understand when you see like 2 30-point Thirsty Dames playing as the Nature's Gift. Thirsty Dames buffing from your vitality that your leader spreads. It might be frustrating for some. And I think we are like 3 minutes away from the match starting, so yeah, those are the lineups. I think we discussed with you that Imposter might be a candidate for a ban if you're Truzky, maybe.
Yeah, I think you either ban the Imposter list or the Guerrilla Tactics list, I think, because you, looking at Truzky's lineup, you're kind of, it limits the way that the coins can work as well. And this is where for viewers that haven't played a lot haven't done a lot of tournament play, a big portion of in these best of 5 matches, what it comes down to is what the coin arrangement looks like. Because if you brought out of your decks, your 4 decks that you brought, if 3 of your 4 decks prefer blue coin, and you draw red coin instead for 3 matches, then it puts you already at a disadvantage. So I think that looking at Truzky's lineup, I think it might end up being Guerrilla Tactics maybe.
Yeah,
and then what do you think Catburger might ban for Truzky?
I was about to think about that, but then I remembered that the bans are already in, so I looked at it.
Ah, good.
So we have
Yes.
Truzky not playing his syndicate list, and Catburger would not be having access to Guerrilla Tactics.
Okay.
So yeah.
I think that tracks. Do you have the? Did they share the image? If we wanted to share that with the viewers, so they could see the coin orientation as well. Did Gio throw that up for us?
Yeah, I can just show it for a second. Can I easily? Yeah, there we go. No, that's not it. Setup leaked. There we go. So Catburger is on blue coin in game number 1 as well, so we know that.
Okay. So yeah, I think this makes the most sense looking at the decks and what the players were looking for. And chat, just so that you know, Kung Fu Rabbit cares about you and takes very good care of you. He was just able to instantly pull up that graphic for you to show you real time the bans. That's the kind of streamer you're looking for. That's the kind of love that you want out of your streamer right there.
Thank you. And I think, yeah, the game is about to start, so let's hit refresh. You and me together. 1, 2, 3. Or something
Done.
like that. So, lagging a bit. But yeah, should be more or less synchronized. So let me see the quality. Yeah, quality is fine. And let's wait. The invitation is out.
Laughly, good to see you, friend.
So this is, for those of you just joining, will be the elimination game. The tiebreaker winner goes to the Masters for the next weekend. The person who loses sadly goes home.
Let me make sure.
Okay, so in we go. Hopefully there is no tournament client issues, but let's see. We might lose player names for game 1. Well, waiting. I can check on Discord as well. Was there any?
No,
Okay,
looks like
yeah.
we're okay.
But we don't have the player names. So
yeah,
I'll need to work on that. So maybe take no. Okay, it's fine.
No, we're good.
Yeah, good.
Hey,
nice.
The client blessed us with success, Kung Fu Rabbit. It cares
Yes.
about you and me specifically.
And hello, Gio. Thanks for providing the
Gio.
footage, and good job on organizing the stuff those past days and those past months and months. Okay.
We love to see it. And we see that Catburger takes a blue coin deck, which in the Itter Araka Swarm list that likes to be able to have the extra turn and have the first say to be able to set up its graveyard for the Witch's Sabbath. Truzky takes a red coin list that has a ton of control, and the first thing that we see happen is an exchange of a Curse of Corruption for a Defender. That's going to that's good for Truzky's odds in this round, but is going to make things a little more challenging maybe in future rounds, because that Witch's Sabbath then means that the Defender is something that has to be got through.
Yeah, nothing stays on the board at the moment, so AQ has to feast on something else. We've seen different things put into the Arachas Queen those past 48 hours. Like kicking more workers, kicking more stalkers, anything that can contribute can be put into that. Here we see that hatchling is what Catburger prioritizes from the hive mind. So not going for the heavy hitters immediately.
And there is a danger here with Catburger, depending on how deep this round goes, of if they end up resolving entirely the hive mind, then it puts a 7-point body in their graveyard from round 1, which means that their Witch's Sabbath would then, assuming that they play AQ in this round, would be Defender, a 7-point Insectoid Worker, and the AQ. So, which is not great and not what you're looking for, but also there's not too many other good backup targets in this list for Catburger. Right? Am I crazy? There's not really.
Well,
now that the Itter's
the
been
kicking more
waived.
warriors and stalkers are being put, but yeah.
So maybe it ends up being a stalker.
Yeah,
then you think?
That's usually either stalker or the current target on the board. We've seen. I think I watched Sandwanter. He had like a billion of those 3-point warriors on the board. So I guess that might have came from Araha's Queen as well. So, but we see Zoltan is immediately denying another target, so this AQ is being marinated in hand at the moment, in some acid spit most likely.
I like that, marinating in acid spit. That's the good one. I like it.
Do we see another leader charge to deal with the Zoltan here? Can be reactivated, and you kind of like your drones. So yeah, we see that happening.
There is also this is probably not material to this may not end up being material to the game going forward, but Catburger plays an Arcane Tome, and Truzky has a Bearification, which of course he can use defensively on his Mahakam Pass after he clicks the order, but he can also use it on the Arcane Tome, which then allows him to be more flexible with the Mahakam Pass. So I think we could end up seeing that as a consideration here as well.
Okay, so yeah, Truzky is not holding too much back. Already committed Zoltan with Eudora. Armor is out as well. Nice synergy between the Chariot and the Armor. Just one per turn, not much, but it's better than just armoring your units that have nothing to gain from that additional armor. We also see occasionally the player connection lost notification, hopefully nothing much. And yeah, that's why I like the living armor inclusion. It allows you to like without spending your seamless with the armor on the board, without spending anything more, you just play your gold, you activate your second construct to pull 2 of the rock barrages, and also yeah, your bronzes are active immediately, playing for 16. That's a pretty nice bronze value.
It is, and we see Catburger offering to go down a card here to win the round, but I don't think Truzky, especially still having the maxi to play, I don't think that Truzky ever stops here. Everything in the hand feels playable except the Simless. You could even just play the Elven Seer for 4 points if you really needed to get out of the round, because there's Catburger's running out of cards to play. Creepy Red Owl in chat actually just brought something up. Kung Fu Rabbit, I don't know if you know this answer, but I know that Truzky is a male friend because I've seen his streams. I was assuming that Catburger is also a he/him friend, but I don't actually know if that's true. Do you happen to know if Catburger
I've heard
is a
this question pop up on streams during those. I don't have information. That's why I opted for them when I was talking about the deck list. So yeah, no, didn't do the research.
That is the right choice, and I'm with you. We do see Catburger getting ahead here, which is oof, and getting huge value out of that Endriga Warrior. Wowzers. So now this becomes a situation where Truzky, I don't know if Truzky has, without playing Simless, I don't know if Truzky has enough points to get ahead here.
Yeah, he can of course opt into the Seer and maybe contributing his leader in combination with that. But yeah, that's the statement from Catburger. And yeah, Raha's Queen finally was deployed and led to nice things for the monster player here.
Lirio in chat said that living armor is better than dying armor, and that does in fact sound correct.
Yeah, it's at the moment is like not only living but also thriving armor growing. After this exchange and also the backup plan not bringing really much of a value here, I think Truzky might be done with the round.
Yeah, because it would have to be, I feel like for Truzky that you keep, I mean, there's two lines here. Truzky can play obviously the Seer, now that the Parasite's out, can assume that the Seer probably lives, and play the Seer and then the Simless, but then you're spending Simless to not win on even. So then the question becomes, what do you have left points on your side of the board to be effective? And Truzky, as you pointed out, Rabbit, opts out. And the McDonald's Wi-Fi player connection issue continues, but hopefully that won't be an issue for how the match resolves.
Yeah. This pass button is very close, so it would be a shame if anything happened before you click that. So yeah, okay. But yeah, it's an international tournament, so the connection issues might arise occasionally.
I admit I do things just for the joke, and I have absolutely played Gwent on my iPad in a McDonald's parking lot on McDonald's Wi-Fi. So yeah. I have done it. I have done it just to say that I did it.
Okay, so
so the second Nero in hand for Catburger guarantees the Witch's Sabbath, although that's not exactly what you want to use the Nero on. I imagine that Catburger wants a long round here, I would think. Yeah, that tracks.
Especially with keeping acid speed, you kind of need a long round for that.
Right.
This infusion from acid speed might not really come to fruition because there is a lot of armor, but any damage you are doing to a unit is taking points away from Dennis Cranmer, so that must be nice. Anyway.
Yeah, it definitely will be more challenging for Catburger to get the value that you would normally get out of this Arrakis Swarm list because of all of the armor. But the spores, you probably have to take another mulligan. Yeah, so the spores goes. That's a great pull for Catburger on that last mulligan to find the Witch's Sabbath, which now frees up the Aniro to be whatever tech choice option it needs to be.
And we see that Truzky missed his second construct, but at least living armor is coming back. Also, I just remembered that I probably can put in-game sounds over the Gwent soundtrack that we had running. So now we have the game sounds chat. Maybe somebody mentioned that, but I missed it.
Okay, so the Elven Seer, the Elven Seer Marauder Simless combination is going to be really nice for Truzky, and that will set up the Kramer really nicely, which means that Catburger probably can't afford to heat wave. It's one of two options. Maybe you heat wave the living armor at some point, and then you spores the units that then get the boost. Or the one of the two units that gets the boost from the Kramer, because I don't think you want to continue letting the living armor grow, right?
Yeah. Okay,
And then you pointed this out
this-
about you actually said this, Rabbit, about putting the acid spit on a unit with the armor to try and help negate some of the Kramer value.
Yeah, okay, so let's see how much does it spread here.
Interesting choice for Catburger to there. I'm sure the Catburger knows the line. I'm not familiar with how the math would work out to play the acid spit on the dwarf instead of playing it on the unarmored, say the maxi, to let it spread that way. But I've got to imagine Catburger knows the math is better this way.
There should be like a lot of swarming done, so that might end up like with multiple 1-point units on the board anyway. And we see, yeah, the Marauder once again playing for 16. That's that's a bronzes we all should be dreaming of. Okay, your webcam kind of became
My
yeah.
I'm back. Excellent.
Yeah. And let's the spread begin.
Okay, thank you, Gio. I appreciate you checking in. Yeah, we'll continue to be agnostic to Catburger's gender until we figure that out. That's too easy. Thanks for letting us know. Meanwhile, we see that Truzky continues to get the setup that he wants, and as Rabbit pointed out, the Marauder doesn't have, or the Miner doesn't have armor. The Marauder's about to not have armor, and of course we know how living armor works, so it's going to be -1 every time now that the acid spit triggers for Catburger on the living armor. So yeah, a fairly tight match going here into the last 4 cards of round 3.
So can Truzky actually float the Seer here? There are only 2 leader charges. Ah yeah, we also see that he decides to protect it. So that's taken care of.
No, I don't. Looking at the list, there's nothing else in here that would do the job.
Okay, yeah, there we go. As you say it.
Now it's gonna take the 2 leader charges, and Catburger's
Okay,
still
yeah,
short to kill the Seer.
That's a short one, and that was the intent, I'm afraid. So, did we just have a little bit of an oopsie, or was it all according to plan? No,
I don't know. We'll see here, because it's interesting, because that feels like it might be a mistake, only because there's got to be, looking at what's left in deck for a Catburger, there's more points in the deck than this. But I can't be sure. What's going to happen now is that Truzky will obviously play the Armorer's Workshop on the Elven Seer, but now there's no spores to go to in addition to the Heat Wave to help make this less points with the Kramer. So a huge point swing here now for Truzky, because that Seer lived.
Yeah, that's beautiful, and yeah, the acid speed is not really bringing any of those armored and buffed units to 1 anymore. So yeah, the protection from the spread is nice from Truzky as well. So of course it still damages the units already suffering from the, let's call it, poisoning by the acid speed, but yeah, no immediate threat to Dennis Kramer targets, although one of them is getting heat waved, especially with Catburger having the last say.
And it's there's so many points on both players' side of the board. It's at least a 30-point Glusty with just the leader charges, and before any setup of damaging any of the units down on any more of the units down other than the Miner on Truzky's side. Meanwhile, Truzky's got 20 points plus between the Mahakam Pass the Barification, and the leader, and that's before playing the Kramer and getting the extra value that the that the tempering is going to give for the Kramer potentially. So yeah, it's got to be, I think, Glusty now, and then last turn Heat Wave, right?
Yeah. The Toll Punishes are already out. Truzky was dealing with the triple Eater, triple Defender setup earlier, so that's safe to play. We see another one being...
And a huge
created.
Brand Warrior, too.
But the problem here for Catburger is that Heatwave is targeting 1 unit, and 2 units are getting buffed, and there is still a leader charge. So we'll see Cranmer being played and buffing 2 units. So Truzky goes and buffs the tallest one of them.
I guess the assumption from Truzky is that maybe the divesting point, like I lose to Heatwave anyway, but a 4-point game in the end, and Catburger takes round 1 from Blue Coin with the Itter Arrakis Swarm, which is Sabbath list.
So
wowzers.
GG. Congratulations to the Catburger and taking the lead. And I guess, yeah, while it was the tallest unit, it also had the most armor. So the math is not as simple there.
Yeah, so maybe a different placement there, with the putting the Marauders, say, all the way to the right on the front row, and then playing the Maxi, things like that are already smaller, have smaller base power, like the Maxi or the 4 power Elf, all the way to the left next to the Chariot. Maybe there that you divest your points a little bit more could have been the way. I'd have to go back and look at it again, but yeah, I mean, either way, you can't ask for more than equal cards, a long round 3, and a 4-point game. That's incredibly well played.
Yeah.
Since when does Monsters have points?
Well,
I don't know. I mean, you've been seeing Death Wish and stuff. I don't know. There's some points in some of these lists.
Yeah. Monster players like to play this victim of, we're usually getting exposed by the greedy list, and while this is true, they also have some busted cards and decks, and even like Dagonbach was live for 2 months, so they had some extra help from the buggy infusions. So yeah, while monsters are often victims to like cultist, were victims to the cultist players. Also, can we get some Fs for cultists? Not a single one. On my wish list for the Masters, there was one V deck from Magpie, and maybe somebody just decided maybe there is not enough heat waving happening, and I'll sneak the greedy cultists in, but that did not happen.
I need to go back and look through the deck list, but I don't think that anyone brought a 4 lineup list that was just pure, like the greediest version of every deck of each of the 4 factions. I don't think. Yeah,
Magpie had Alchemy and Priestess with Siege.
That's pretty close.
Maybe that is the closest call. But into the game 2 of this tiebreaker we go, and Truzky is on blue coin now, playing Erland against Status Nilfgaard. So
yeah, again, just like we saw in game 1, each player taking the deck that maximizes on the coin that they want to be on. The Status Nilfgaard deck prefers not to get pushed and instead to do the pushing, so a red coin is good for that list. And of course, with this Erland list, you want to be on. It is susceptible to losing on even potentially, or just losing round 1 because it runs out of juice, because you have to play on its first turn a 0-point no tempo mutagenerator. But it looks like Truzky's got a very good opening hand here to have both mutagenerator and temple in your opening hand and not have to use leader charges on them. So we'll be able to use leader charges to fix his hand, to get maybe draw some of the cards from temple. Definitely looks like it's going to be a good setup here for Truzky.
So yeah, muta generator into the rune mage, into the temple is the line to maximize your carryover. Getting better temple options is always welcomed. So,
Ubi, it depends on the favor here depends on round control, because there's nothing that Catburger can do to control to tall punish a large Erland in a at all, and then new statement particularly in a short round. So it'll be if Truzky gets like either way, Truzky, whether Truzky has last say or not, it's more going to be about not getting the Erland bled out. And if that can happen, then I think that Truzky might be favored here, just because Truzky will have round control and be able to avoid a long round with a lot of thirsty dames on board, which is really where this Nilfgaard status deck can shine.
Hopefully we'll see what the temple is providing later, but at the moment we've seen just the options, and some of them were beautiful. We've witnessed Hansel that synergizes with the Siege Tower that I would assume is being played. And no Iris. She was
Wow.
She was waiting for her companions to come and interact with her,
pull.
but Witcher just erased her.
God, what a terrible pull if you are my webcam. I don't know why my webcam, it keeps exploding into a shade of blue.
Yeah.
Let me see. Let me reset. I'll turn off and turn back on and see if that helps. Survey says.
It does. Okay.
Victory. Yeah, that's a huge, at least a 17-point card for Truzky to lose out on. And then also now the Iris Companion is essentially, I don't want to say it's a dead card, but it's a dead card, right?
Yeah,
you're not really going to
you're
want to
not
play it
risking
because you can't
that.
guarantee it.
So,
Wow, that could change the whole game here, because all of those points now that, like, if Truzky wanted to push round 2 into a short round 3 or slam the Erland, that's not going to happen.
okay.
We do see Catburger takes the early pass though.
Can we see Truzky going to 0 cards here and just playing Erland in a round 2? That is a strategy that has been taken occasionally against the decks that cannot interact with the immune units, but well, that's risky. And
Yeah, I definitely don't think that Catburger maybe passes here if they don't find Iris off of that random YOLO Night Slayer or a Kingslayer. But it does look like Truzky is going to play down here to be able to get the extra points on Radovid and the extra carryover.
so, do we see more?
I mean, do you a Fury Merchant here? Do you just leader charge to fix your hand? Go get a 4P for carryover?
Fury Merchant is slightly risky without the Envoy setting up your top deck, but you have Erland and that's all you need. Nah, we don't see anything fancy here. So just an honest win of a round.
Merchant for payback is something that maybe you or I, us simpletons, might do, but it turns out that would have given a Henselt to Catburger, and obviously this is why Truzky is a competitive world-class player, and we're over here just like, jam the Fury Merchant as punishment.
Yeah, spend leader charges, fix your hand, and maybe a Fury Merchant and play to 0 cards might be a strategy for ladder, but for official tournament for which you played the entire year, or like the months that took you to qualify, to waste all that for the opportunity to pay back on a Rune Mage create, it's a bit too much. And yeah, that's why Henselt is nice. It develops 2 engines here.
I like how Pimp My Ship said, but imagine the content. And that's what you and I are thinking of, Rabbit. We're like, oh my god, could you imagine the content if you played down to 0, slammed a 50-point Erland, and then like still in one, still 2-0'd?
Yeah, I think with Iris that line actually made be like
wasn't totally crazy, right?
to life, but without
Because
those
there's-
extra 15, it's hard.
Because if you just slam the Erland and then passed, then there's nothing to give status as to the ball doesn't get value, the dames never grow. I mean, you know that because that's why you said it, but I'm just reiterating that could have been a thing. But now we see the ball being played by Catburger. Essentially, it feels like to encourage Truzky to pass here instead of bleeding from down 2 cards. And then the downside is that would give Catburger a 10-card round 3 with everything except ball. So
yeah, but
a tough choice.
that's an investment from the Catburger. Unexpected. Truzky is considering, and we see. Wait, that's a squirrel.
And he just plays the squirrel, right? Okay, so Truzky's in it for the biscuit.
I hope he banished the Kingslayer for that payback at the very least. Not like the Catburger cares about the graveyard, but.
And chat, you don't know this, but CDPR, as their last official act, released a new feature where if in tournament play, if you banish a card from your opponent's graveyard, then the card is banished from Gwent. So no more mill. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news.
Okay, yeah, I believe you. It is an official cast after all, so yeah, it's been said on the internet. It should be true.
It's been said on the internet. Must be real.
So yeah, we've seen the temple creates as well. You might have noticed some of them when the tutoring has been applied, but it was cancelled. Baron is there to like reset a Thirsty Dame potentially, and we also have Kimbolt, an interesting card. Mostly sees play from the temple though. That's a sad story of Kimbolt, but with that's not an ideal click on the siege tower, by the way. On a double Thirsty Dame setup.
it's my least favorite interaction in Gwent, hands down. That like by a country mile, that giving yourself vitality gives Thirsty Dame points. I hate that interaction.
Yeah, I don't think it's deserved at all to get like Nature's Gift against Thirsty Dames is just the worst feeling in the world.
Oh, exactly. Like it's an auto loss. Like it's just it feels terrible. Liquid, I think the logic here is that Truzky got into a little bit of a bind, but I think was trying to essentially was trying to hold on to the locks because they'll be so valuable in round 3, and otherwise is just accepting like losing both cards here in this round just to bleed, and that's what it looks like we're seeing. Just playing carryover cards. Yeah, I think I don't think Truzky has any kind of fascinations that Truzky's gonna win this round. We'll probably see another leader charge here, and I assume you give away the margarita because you can go. No, I take it back. We see the Dorgare played. Interesting. I would have expected there. Maybe to give up the margarita to get it back later.
But
the problem that we know, Rabbit, is that that Truzky doesn't. Is that Catburger's hand is really good in that it's fairly bad. Like there's some Catburger knew that the bleed might be coming, kept some garbage bronze cards, and so is now going to get to play. At a minimum, like if another card gets played, Catburger gets to play a 12-point Fangs of the Empire. Like that sucks if you're Truzky.
Yeah, that's a cheap card. So what? That was the envoy click. No golds. We see that Truzky is missing his Shoop somewhere in the deck. Something you cannot leader for.
And now I think we see the margarita go, and then we see the Dorgare converted into a Spectre Knight. We love to see that.
And okay, there is still a line with slamming Ireland and going whatever happens. So, but most likely that will be the point of like Truzky leaving the round. Got Masquerade Ball. Got Poison Sound, but losing 2 cards.
Yeah, I don't entirely know if Truzky got stuck between a decision point with playing down to 4 and then was like, you know, said, damn, I really don't think that I can win, you know, maybe a long round all the way through. But Truzky did get to click and opted with the Centurion Envoy and opted to take a Boiling Oil then, either to not take a Boiling Oil on top or just drew it anyway. Still would love to find the Shoop here. Thin down to 9 cards with the leader. Never found the Shoop, so it might have to come off the Redea. So maybe the Boiling Oil gets swapped maybe for using a Curse Scroll to get the Redea, or get the Shoop rather.
No, I guess if the Thirsty Dame... you'd rather just reset it potentially. Okay, let's see how that goes. But if suddenly the Thirsty Dame Boiling Oil exchange would have been offered to you, you might take it. But most likely with Unsays here and Bloody Baron in deck, that is not happening.
Yeah. And the location on board to continue to set up the top deck here, the coup to be able to play the Joachim twice. It's a big ask for Truzky, but let's see.
There is Shoop. Okay, we don't even hunt for Shoop anymore. We just protect our units from the poisons. So that's Redea into the skull.
And I think what you said is probably correct, that the Boiling Oil gets dropped for probably for the Baron. Yep, we see the Erlin come down now because it leaves the rest of the board untouchable. I wonder if you're Truzky, if you even maybe give up the Margarita as well, because you just you kick the Margarita and keep the Boiling Oil to just continue to try and stay uninteractive here.
Yeah, maybe. Okay, so we've seen Emir and Philip first from the location, and then we see that there he is. You got your both cards that were shown.
Yeah, it's just so many points. The Thirsty Dame does get clapped though, and it still is a little bit challenging now for at least trying to make it a little more challenging for Catburger in terms of points.
I hoped for a chase.
I mean, it's gotta eventually be the Baron reset, right?
Yeah.
The other thing is though, is that going with being down 2 cards and giving up double last say, is that the Rosa always goes through.
Yeah.
And that's also a ton of points in this matchup. Oh, and the leader, Catburger's leader on the Unsace also gets to get clicked too, right?
Yeah, it's not that impressive, but it's extra 4 points of damage, so you won't say that no to that. Also, Unsays that you are creating is getting buffed by the statuses, so over those spies on the board.
Oof, and then another absolutely massive seditious aristocrat. Do you ever mulligan Unsace?
Yeah, that might
it's possible. Yeah, it's possible. Maybe you mulligan the Unsace so that you just get the boost off of it. I'd have to math it and figure out kind of what that is, but
I think that line is usually applied when you are going for the round 2 push as well, so that you are saying I'll need the maximum boost. But yeah, that's not really an impressive Erland there.
no, and as Chap pointed out also, the Rosa can now also get played on the Joachim again. So to play 3 Joachim. So we're back to triple Joachim.
Yeah. 11
There's
point on Says
Yep.
there. Mm-hmm.
A massive on Sace, as sadly we called out.
And not even playing into that because
Not even playing out the other 40 points on board. So Catburger goes up 2-0 on Truzky after Truzky loses from Blue Coin. Definitely being in the 2-0 hole, a reverse sweep here, having to now come from Red Coin. For 2 out of the next 3 matchups, looking at Truzky's lineup, it's going to be a little tough.
Okay, so what's the Catburger's last deck? I can put it even on screen. So
That'll be Blood Money. So they're going to get to play their Kecker Syndicate list.
So yeah, decks are on the screen as well, but one of them is banned and 2 of them are true already. So the Blood Money Golden Necker is what we are witnessing.
Do you think it might be White Frost here for Truzky from Red Coin because of the veiled units and the control?
Yeah, that sounds like an option to prevent like big units being poisoned. All your foglets are
Or maybe
protected.
it could also be. I mean, because I think the Guerrilla Tactics list is also a fairly decent matchup against the Blood Money because there's so many Rolock things. You've got Caleb, you've got Freak Show, you've got Moral. So maybe there's some value there. You're getting additional value in your movement because you don't have to kill the enemy unit in order to disable it. So
wait, Guerrilla Tactics. Truzky is playing the.
Oh, I was looking at Catburgers.
That's a problem. When you have Mahakam Watch, cannot really move anything around. Sadly,
I'm a heavy day drinker, Rabbit. You have to let me live. You have to let me live my best life.
It's okay. I cannot say it's all right, but you do you.
That's the most European response to an American saying that they're doing something that is like that is bad behavior, and you're like that's do whatever you need to do, Charles. That's good. I like that. Oh, that makes my heart happy. The Mahakam Pass version may also still be okay because it's got so much control in it. So I think it just is gonna kind of depend for Truzky which deck you feel like is gonna perform better from red versus blue. But yeah, looking at Truzky's decks, a reverse sweep here is gonna be a tricky one. The only caveat is that if Truzky can win the next 2 matches with say Mahakam Forge and his White Frost list, he'll get his pincer maneuver list on Blue Coin again. In game 5. So I'm reading way too far into the future on this, but it is. I also, by the way, this is totally unrelated, Rabbit, to the decks, but I really like that I have to guess here that Truzky is taking some extra time in between these games. I've seen this before when I've casted his matches. I think he's taking a deep breath, get up from the computer, take a walk, remember that you've played 50,000 hours of Gwent, you've been in this spot before.
But one step away for the Catburger, so maybe that was them taking a moment, just focusing and thinking, like, this is the deck I have to get through. So let's see what's coming, not rushing into the battle. I
love that in competitive play like this for any game structure when you have the opportunity to kind of take a quick breather. It's just like you said, whether you're winning or losing, is just to take a deep breath, think about the macro and the lines that you want to take. And we do see that Truzky took Mahakam Pass here from Red Coin, and so trying to give himself the best possibility to come back here from down 2-0.
Yeah, so this is the Blood Money versus Forge, and we start with the poisons immediately. The Blenheim brothers are both in hand, so if you wish to spread the the fish deck around. This is the hand to go with.
Yeah, I think.
So this immune unit is not dying, luckily.
Yeah, it looks like both players, to your point, have a fairly good hand.
Do we see COC here? Just to prevent Burger from... Oh, well, okay, I like that. 50-50 offered.
50-50! But Truzky just saying, I have to win this game. If I lose this game, then I'm out of Gwent World Masters. So we roll the dice here. I love to see it.
Yeah, I guess nothing else dealt with it, and the over has been taken for that 50-50, and the roll was... That's a first small step for Truzky in this like reverse sweep attempt. You need any help luck can offer you.
And in Truzky's defense, Truzky also has a lot of other control. So it's, if the COC did miss, it would it hurts, and maybe you don't win the round, but it's not an insta loss. It's not like low rolling a shoop, you know, before you played Rune Mage, and like low rolling a shoop and on a destroy random enemy kind of thing. So yeah, we do see now that the brother Blindheim the Younger is no longer immune, so it could be a backup plan, or we could even see Zoltan here to clean up that engine.
Yeah, he was good at dodging the Spirit Ignition click, so
that's true.
Truzky wasn't capable of rolling the good things twice, and as you called, Zoltan is being played here. Truzky once again playing very aggressively from the red coin with this Forge deck. We see already Mahakam Pass on the board, Zoltan with Eudora laid out. And yeah, once again, hand allows it for Truzky to play basically everything outside of the Seamless. And we see...
I really like the Seer here, because you feel that against this Necker deck, you just feel like, if you're Truzky, that winning on even is the way, and as long as you can maybe hold on to Simless, then it gives you the opportunity for a short, and you get out the Necker in round 2, then a short round 3 could be the solution to your problems. Conversely, a fairly good hand for Catburger here. Also, 2 turns ago, Catburger did a good job of RNGing and dodging the Pyrotech damage. If the Pyrotech had damaged any of the other 3 units except for Roach, then it would have allowed for Zoltan to remove potentially 2 engines in the same turn. So yeah. Oh, that's a nice find with the Archer.
Yeah, Archer just dealing with Menge. So there is still an execution.
Bye-bye.
Sorry?
I just was yelling, Caleb Menge, go bye-bye.
Okay, yeah. So Executioner is there, but you need Caleb Menge to take the full power out of the Executioner. Otherwise, you're just bleeding things slowly. Which, well... probably is what he enjoys a lot, but getting paid money for your job is also something to consider. So
getting paid for what you love, it's the dream, right?
Yeah.
These are okay draws. This would be an okay draw for
yeah.
If Truzky wanted to keep the hand, the downside is he can't take any mulligans. Not that he wants to, because he probably wants to Bearification. The next turn is probably, with this poison resolving, is probably Bearification on Mahakam Pass for 10. Catburger's out of coins, and the Mata is... Truzky now knows that one way or another, that if Catburger now plays the Mata, it guarantees that the Necker would be in hand because it was either the other card or now it's the card that just got drawn. And Truzky is of course happy now to play this Chariot, right? Or the Verification, whichever.
Yeah, purification I suppose is a consideration for like a candle as well, but if you have to choose, it's a tough choice because Chariot is also a powerful tool, like one of the best cards enabling all those armor synergies in the deck. Like for
And this should be a pass, unless we see full leader. This is a pass from Catburger, right? But it looks like we might see leader here, and we do. Okay.
How big of a leader was it? Yeah, it was already used right on the Zoltan, so didn't amass too much.
And that's got to be sad for Catburger to see, but Catburger will lose on even unless we want to see a round one Necker.
Yeah, but it's a single Necker setup, so you're kind of sad losing it. And then even not potentially guaranteeing yourself a round win, there was still a leader charge and like potentially a bronze that would play for 15. So you're not even guaranteed to win that exchange unless you know that you are changing the golden Necker for seamless. Okay.
And now, so Truzky did take the hold on the Maxi, so Truzky knows exactly what Truzky's hand was going to be. Sadly, if you're Truzky, the hand is actually too good if your intent is to bleed here.
Yeah.
Right? Because, yeah, you have nothing to...
You don't have an opening.
Play. And now Siri Nova gets to come down here. So Catburger will be down a card going into round 3, but has 8 points of carryover with a shield on it, which is very annoying for Truzky.
So no candle carryover, but at least you get the points. I cannot play the candle on an empty board. A mistake I've witnessed multiple times in Gwent.
Very good draws here for Catburger to find the poison and the Ignatius. Could brick the Necker. Nope, that was the last mulligan. So Catburger is set up really nicely, and meanwhile Truzky bricks Rock Barrage.
Yeah. So between the armories and barrages, there are things to mulligan away. At least Eudora is getting auto-tint, so that's not a big issue for the deck, but still, 4 breaks.
Yeah, it's tough. Hey, Brasodi, what do you know about Trenbolone? What you know about the Trenbolone sandwich? We got, Rabbit, we've got some very niche knowledge here in the chat. Love to see it.
Yeah. I think Evolt is also coming American way, so maybe that's the knowledge you guys are sharing.
It could be. It could be that we are just some American gym bros, and that is perfectly good. Yeah, I don't know where you're landing on this, Rabbit, but I think that Catburger might end up having the best of this because of that brick in hand. Because this is a really nice setup here if you are a Catburger.
Yeah, you have like Candle and another Spender on the board. You are building towards your Ignatius, but maybe it's okay for Truzky.
Yeah, lots of also, I mean, way too many options here for Catburger not to resolve some poisons. So that's also incredibly helpful. But has to play the... Obviously understands that there's value from the Chariot, but that's not an ideal target when you think about where you want to put your bounties, but still has the ability with the Salamandra plus resolving the poisons here with morale and the location on board to be able to resolve that, the bounty from the Salamandra. Yeah, Michael, I think that's correct. What you said is that he had to, looking at it, he had to take, because of where the redraws went from round 2. He had to, Truzky had to take, or couldn't take the next mulligan because it would have bricked his armorer's workshop.
Yeah, that's a fair assessment of the situation. Like, he guaranteed himself a heat wave, Cranmer, so the draws were good, but it costs you a card. Oh, like, it costs you a card that you have to play from hand instead of just tutoring for it from the construct. So the total units, Truzky had to play Seamless early, so that failed experiment on the board and morale being present.
I was just going to ask you if you thought. I was just going to ask if you thought that heat waving the Salamandra versus the Ignatius would be better, and we saw Truzky decides to take that line, and is now going to be able to move the morale. So this poison will get resolved because of the Salamandra hideout.
Yeah.
But at least the morale doesn't get to have another poison, which is good.
Okay, so that's a little bit of value from your leader, and Kendall can spend. But there is a leader charge. Okay, 30 points. Does it amass to 30 points? It's very close. So
yeah, let's see where we land.
I'm not doing the math, but I'm saying it before. Let's go Truzky. Yeah,
Truzky gets there.
Actually works out quite nicely for him with an extra card.
And that does it.
So the comeback is on the cards. Didn't really work out in the end for the cat burger. And
that's great.
That means more content, and just a reminder that after this series, in what, an hour and a half, we'll have another series, right? So we have to maybe smoothly transition between the games.
Yeah, we're gonna have a nice gap in here, depending on how the games go, which will also, I think, be good for the next round of players as well, to get a little bit of a break after having, especially yesterday was such a long game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Or such a long day, rather, with so many games and how early they started.
Well, today started 8 hours ago as well, and there is still a round to go. So a lot of Gwent content, and yeah, we even had 2 weekends for that because we didn't have a qualification to the Masters via Gwent Opens. We have some extra here, which is nice. And I appreciate Geo and his team going out and like providing all the matches. That's quite unheard of for like even official Gwent tournaments, because we usually lost something because we were relying on players streaming, and then some official casts were for chosen matches. But here we have the coverage of the entire event. I'm happy, and hopefully community is also happy for this nice send-off of like official competitive scene. Also, a reminder that this doesn't end the Gwent competitive play in general, because there are plans from multiple groups already for the tournaments in 2024.
Yeah, I'm excited for some of the Gwent in 2024 and some of the officially organized tournaments, and I know a lot of the pro players have already said that they that we've seen competing throughout Gwent World Masters have said that they'll participate in those tournaments as well. So, like you said, very much looking forward to it.
Yeah, the qualification should be a bit easier, but we'll see. Maybe there are some fanatics who are gonna be spamming a lot of games, and just through the sheer amount of the games played, there will be like a challengers for those pro players who decide I'll just jam games at the end of the season and be done with it for the good scores. But yeah, people are still playing the game, so I'm a bit surprised, but I understand where it comes from, because you read on Reddit, like, I thought this game like died multiple months before ago, because it was announced like there will be no official card releases. There is still like thousands of cards in the game, so that's still nice to have. Okay, game number 4.
And as predicted, Truzky bounces back and decides to take the Erlin list on blue coin, and we see Catburger probably anticipating that takes a poison heavy control list from red. So this will be both players having the deck that they want on the coin they want, I think, in this matchup.
Yeah. Okay, so no temple for Truzky this time around, but has Radovid and has leader charges, so...
And having the Rune Mage in hand, so again doesn't find Shoop in opening hand, but does find Radea and Rune Mage, which does make life easier, especially the Rune Mage, as you pointed out in his last game, Rabbit, that being able to maximize, to go Mutagenerator, Rune Mage, Temple can really help to maximize your carryover.
Okay, so somebody is asking for the prize pool once again, so come on, add prize pool, there we go. There we go. The prize pool is a command now. We don't see a Mutagenerator opener. So a different line is being taken here by Truzky. Any particular reason to start with Radovid?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. That the idea there, I guess, would be that you're not keen on playing. You want to get some tempo and points out, but you're not keen on either playing the Mutagenerator or the Temple in this round. Maybe Truzky's looking at the hand and realizing that he's going to have to do a lot of hand fixing in order to push into this round, so just wanted to get the Radovid out early. But to your point, I admit that I'm not sure why then the Mutagenerator would go second.
Yeah.
Except maybe the only thing I can think of is that you want to deny the is that if you get the Radovid out on turn 1, then you don't allow the opponent to set up enough damage to cause any problems, and you get your extra point back here with playing the Rune Mage front row, because it boosts the Radovid as well as a 10p card. So if the math of this might shake out all the same in the end.
Okay, so what are we taking here?
The greedy line. Yeah, I'm glad that Truzky did not for the greedy line there, because that's what all of us maybe would have done with the sorceress, but instead opts to just take the raw points here, which I think is
this
great.
is also very greedy. 2 damage and extra 7 created. So good.
It's so good.
The sorcerer is just dreaming of achieving this value with her order and being weak to the damage instead of as we here see the instant point slam, full value from the archer.
And it may have also instantly it may have gotten controlled and only would have buffed 1 card in the deck, which is the Maxi, is the only other 6p left.
Yeah.
So I think you were right that the backup plan was a good line, and now we do see the Temple come down. Those are fairly good options.
Is Baron any good? Not really, but also Dahlia in this like Erland deck that doesn't rely on the bronzes outside of its carryover, maybe not too good. We
Some
see
good
him.
options here. Yeah, Shani is nice. Meave is nice as a thing that you have to go confront. The Viraxis there could be good. So it was Baron, Viraxis, and Sigmund Dijkstra. Thank you to our observer user extraordinaire. Appreciate it.
Yeah, Geo is good at that. I think we're watching through Geo's channel this time around.
Grazie Geo.
And no immunity anymore for the Blindheim brother. So that can be locked if necessary. If deemed necessary. Okay, so you always click, almost always click Temple before you play the card. That's a lesson people in Gwent have to learn over the time, because sometimes you go, I have a card to play, and then like losing points on Temple. Although in this situation, 11 or 10 point on Sace might not really be that big of a difference.
Yeah, especially because there's the engines for Catburger don't go particularly tall. Like the Ignatius will become a large unit in the end, but as engines go, most of the engines are generally under 6. Most of them are at 5. So yeah, to your point, the extra points on the Onsace just kind of gives more points maybe to poison as opposed to prioritizing some of the other setup. We do see that on even Catburger, and this is the weakness of the Erland Shoop list, is that you sometimes have to end up committing a lot of points or a lot of cards in your points because yeah, Truzky is fairly far behind here on even cards at 5.
Yeah. Playing a temple for 0 tempo is not ideal, and usually costs you dances if your opponent is being aggressive.
True. And the mutagenerator so far has only played for 2 points on board. So yeah, that doesn't help either. So no zeal for you. We see 2 coins. And we don't see the spend here, so only 2 coins and not any significant coin generation left for Catburger, unless Catburger wants to play the Caleb. Play the Caleb, and then you'll get the points back from setting up the death blow here. I think that Catburger knows that he can't. They can't. I don't think they can pass here, right?
I guess Kurt onto the archer is pretty nice here. So yeah, that's a little bit of coin generation.
Yeah, net 3 coins, and then also cleaning up the Centurion, cleaning up the Centurion Knight there so that it doesn't gather its grace is always nice.
That's a big point gap, and Sace is only playing for 19.
19 or 20, yeah.
Oh yeah, 20 with the mutagenerator.
You're right. So even with you'd have to go full leader plus on Sace then. We see a late lock here onto the tunnel drill, which has already done a fantastic amount of work.
Yeah.
But at least now Truzky with a leader charge, if there is a pass here, which I don't expect from Catburger, but at least Truzky now has set himself up to be able to get out with the Onsace.
Do we see Mata? Mata is kind of interesting because you are basically pulling a unit out of the deck for Erland, and yeah, the 4P bronzes are not really amazing. They are amazing at generating the carryover, but overall, you'd rather just play your golds.
So now a 31 point gap after the bleed here, and so the Onsace played. The Onsace played front row is 20. The most that the Redea could play for is 13. You could play it front row, and I think it's this. I think it might be one more because of the Onsace on board.
Wait, if you play on Redea front, it gives you the shield engineering solution, right?
Right, which is 4, but you get +2 points for if the Onsace is already on board.
You get to clash with the Siri then, right? That would have been nice.
Yeah. So now we see here. I'm curious if Catburger is going to bleed here, because nine points there. 9 points here is doable with like a plus a leader charge, which is usually perfectly fine. But if I was, yeah, Isabella, you're exactly right. That generally you want, if you can, as Erland, you want to win the round. Win round one as deep as you can, drag the round out, and then slam Erland, and then there's nothing for the opponent to interact with. But in this instance, we did see, without having to use Mata, that Catburger drew Golden Necker, which is good.
Okay, we see Iris's companion in hand, and there is nothing to banish the Iris from the deck now.
Yeah, thankfully we don't have to watch that.
So that's an extra draw for the Traveling Priestess.
If I was Truzky, I would just play more points so I could win the game. I love it. The fact that the Anses is still in hand, like you don't want to, if you're Truzky, potentially give up another card, but as long as you don't get the Anses bled out, you're okay here. And we see Catburger now threatening to say, I want to see the Anses, or the, I said Anses, I meant Erland. Well, I want to see the Erland this round.
Yeah. And then you see the Erland and you leave, but yeah,
and then
the
you run away.
Golden Necker is a lot of commitment here.
It is.
You have your 18-point finisher ready to go, so a short round, if you get the Erland out, is looking pretty promising.
I live to see it.
Now, without having an efficient engine on the board to resolve the Caleb Menge, you'd have to play Caleb, and then you'd have to play your poisons, which you'd be able. You can one turn resolve your poisons next turn, but then you're still, or you can leave the, you could leave the Salamandra if you want as carryover in case you're one of your Eventide Plunders pulls a failed experiment, which would be good. But I think we see Truzky probably wants to control this, now that that poison was used, probably wants to control the morale here.
Yeah, but playing the Scout feels bad for the movement, 5-point tempo. How many poisons are left? Like, can he just put the Anses on the board? No,
yeah, we know that Catburger can't resolve a poison if the morale gets messed with, but and we also know that other than using leader, that Caleb Menge click wouldn't get resolved either. So an Anses now would play for 17 at most, but 16 on the Caleb Menge, which would still leave a lot of points for Truzky to get to, which would require the Redea. So the point that you had made before is that maybe we see the Redea first here. Anses would play for 17 if he killed the failed experiment or the Mata, but if you wanted to take out the Caleb Menge, we have perfect hand knowledge, and we know that Catburger doesn't have a way to resolve, other than maybe using leader, doesn't have a way to resolve the bounty from Caleb. But if you're Truzky and you're worried about it, then you lose the point and you kill the Caleb with your Anses.
Okay, so we see that Erland is being called into the hand by the pincer maneuver, and this is where Catburger might be happy to leave, and instant pass is coming.
Yep, and you called this rabbit that as soon as the Erling comes down, if it's during this bleed, that this is what would happen. And now if you're Truzky, Truzky was doing the math, I think, to see if he needed to click. He'll go get the worst card in his deck, swapped for the Anses. Still has a leader charge to be able to go get the Anses, which is great.
And goes for the carryover bronze, so hopes to see something, but yeah, sees 3 bronzes and just confirms the choice most likely. So down a card, you know that your opponent thinned, well, to 3 cards. So most likely they have everything they need. But it's also kind of easy for Truzky to just predict what the hand looks like. So knows if there is a poison
Still
connection.
looking for Shoop. Hey, finds the Shoop finally. Last mulligan of the second game, and Truzky finally finds Shoop. And having played the Rune Mage, Truzky has a lot of lines open here with the Shoop as it goes. So first we see the back row Redea to be able to deny a poison, which is great. I think there is. I think Truzky's got a good line here. Truzky will never get a look at the Ignatius, but could always do destroy artifact on the candle, and then and we know that would create some spending problems here for Catburger.
So do you
Maybe
just
you
unsace and
maybe you unsace, yeah.
whale?
Maybe you unsace here because the earlier you unsace, so the earlier that you unsace, the better the odds are that the Viraxis will play for points. Because if you were to do shoot destroy random enemy, then it's possible then that a special or the candle gets played by Catburger. Then you just have to put the unsace sitting on the board, and then the Viraxis probably doesn't get value. We know that looking at the hands, of course, but that's I think what would be optimal for Truzky to be able to maximize value here, and we see that come through.
Okay, so not many units for Catburger to buff with the candle, but yeah, also having the double assay, you're not really concerned about that.
Yep, you could back row, and then if like Candle gets played and you don't want to destroy artifact, then you could back row the Viraxis. Also, Lad in chat had of course the line that we see a lot for people who play Shoop, which is the Shoop transform. So it could be they could play the Shoop. The only thing with the Shoop transform is it'll end up being a 50-50, right? But I think we should just see the line here to destroy artifact just to play for value.
Okay, so no spender for you, knowing how many spenders were already spent by Catburger. Truzky kind of has the information that Candle is probably the best spender to have for Catburger. So
1, 2,
we'll also see that
3.
this.
So that ended up being a 15-point Shoop, right? Because there were at the time at the time anyway. Now it's even more, but so now Truzky may be looking to see is the 8-point Viraxis more or less points than something else in my deck.
The boost has been used off by the Erlen click, so the Traveling Priestess is back at full power. Doesn't overpower the 8-point Viraxis, sadly.
And this is a win for Truzky because 24 points plus a couple from leader is just not going to be enough. Truzky figured it out, found the line, and like we said, took this on blue coin, found the cards, finally found the Shoop, so finally drew as needed. A 5-point game, still incredibly close.
Yeah, very close. Very close. And the Candle Distraction is just too good.
Yeah, but we will get a game 5.
Okay.
Truzky clawing, fighting, scraping down 2-0 and on the brink and pushes it back, and we will now see a game 5.
It all started with a 50-50 on the Curse of Corruption between the Blindheim brother and the horse, but now into the game 5 we go. So a reminder for those joining us a bit later, this is how Group A played out. So we have the last match here and the last game, unless they are tying. in this game 5, but Truzky and Catburger are fighting for the slot in the top 8. Gwent Masters weekend next weekend. Gwent Masters Sport next weekend, and the loser of this match gets eliminated. So your entire Gwent season is at stake here. Either the grinding of the ladder spam in the games is worth it, or at least worth some additional prize money, or you're just getting... I think everyone in this top 14 is already guaranteed some very small prize money that is going to increase if you make the next step into the top 8. I think that was the resolution, at least the way I remember it, but somebody in chat can correct me if I'm like completely wrong, but I think these stage players are already getting something.
Never completely wrong. They would, if you said something different, they would have to change it to comport to what you said. That's the only truth. Also, the remaining decks for the players, we'll have Truzky on red coin with white frost, and Catburger on blue coin with the blood money list you all just saw. So, yeah, one of the upsides about, like, you don't I hate hunting for silver linings, but if you're Catburger, the upside is you've now gotten to play this list twice in a row. So you're never going to probably in this moment, you're never going to think more clearly about the lines and the nuances of your deck than you are right now. So I'm excited to see if Catburger can bounce back, or if Truzky can complete the reverse sweep.
Let's go in the Wild Hunt, the Frost.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you have a favorite, either based on the players or based on the decks?
If I had to bet, I'd bet on the Frost here, but yeah, I'll go with the Truzky. Do you want to challenge the bet? Oh, not the bet, but the call, or are you going the monster's way here as well?
I'm gonna go with Truzky here.
Okay. Yeah, movement adds something. You can, once again, we were talking about, you were leading to the guerrilla tactics, but what you meant is actually the White Frost, the leader that moves, in just that the Mahakam Forge got in the mix somewhere. But yeah, now we have a leader and the cards that have a power to just turn off the Caleb Menge, morale, which is a nice power to have.
And of course the Veil, right? Both of the Foglets will be veiled. Both of the Conquerors. In round 3, if Oberon gets used in round 3, the Veil. I think those are nice. It's really gonna, I think, come down to round control, because Truzky is happy to be able to bleed here. If Truzky can get round control, happy to bleed to be able to try and force out the Necker. The only other caveat is that goes in, I think, Catburger's favor, is that in a lot of matchups, you can, if you win round 1 as White Frost, you can slam Golden Boy for, 16, 18, 20 points. That's not as scary if you are Catburger, because you have so much control of Tall Punish control of poison. So
yeah. Okay,
we'll
guys, for those of you rooting for Neutral, you have to root for Magpie and not for the Truzky, because that's a different player. But White Frost was brought not by 1, but by 2 players here, so be happy for the monster elves.
Yeah, be happy, damn it. You heard it here first from Kung Fu Rabbit. He said be happy.
Yeah. Why wouldn't you?
Exactly. I think we see 4 turns here. Yeah, 4 turns of Frost. And we see a snap pass from Catburger, so give seating round control here. Does the Navigator get you ahead, or do you just play Tyrnalia? The Navigator is 6, 7. 7, 8, 9. The Navigator is not enough, so I guess it's Tyrnalia or...
Yeah,
it's
there
yeah,
is
it's
no
probably
reason for
Tyrnalia.
you to thin the Winter
Yeah.
Queen out, or at least you wouldn't want to.
Right.
Do you want
Because
to
you
lock
want-
yourself into a long round with this Syndicate? Probably not. Okay.
We see a leader charge here to be able to get out, which will get out the Winter Queen. Interesting. So Truzky valuing the Navigator. The other truth is that because of the Foglets have Veil and they go tall anyway. They go tall anyway because of the frost, and there isn't the same kind of tall punish. Like Kurt would have to be used to purify to then follow up and poison the Foglets. You could use the Navigators on the Foglets, which are protected by Veil anyway. So I'm curious if Catburger holds on to Kurt to be able to purify a Foglet if Truzky decides to send a Foglet really tall.
Yeah. And also I have a question to chat. Did you guys see the hidden message that Gio managed to work into his broadcast of the tournament to us? It happened like 2 minutes ago, but nobody reacted, and we have an actual Evil Brosodi in chat, so I'm curious. If you are watching this game 5 of this tiebreaker very closely, or did you all miss it? Then I will be very disappointed. But yeah, we see some Navigator, or like, is it Navigator play here? But the message was buff Borsodi, which Gio has been working on a long time. It's symbolic when we actually have the Syndicate in play here. So yeah, Nagelfar's crew is on the board, and it's tall enough to get poisoned, and yeah, lacks the whale, sadly.
The nice thing here for Truzky, though, which of course we know and we can see, is that Morale is the only way to resolve this poison in hand. And so now you play the Siri and then you Candle. No Tyrnalia carryover in terms of there's no, for the Devotion, there's no additional Frost that will populate from the Tyrnalia, but obviously getting to keep the Order ability on the Tyrnalia is always nice. It also means that you can, depending on, like, you can replay obviously your Bruisers for movement, you can replay the Navigators for points. There's going to be a lot of good options there. The Gels in hand and a Purify is also probably good for Truzky, and then Truzky finds a Red Riders kicking both of the thinning cards, and it probably will end up wanting to maybe play them or a Conqueror off of his third form Oberon.
Yeah, we see Catburger didn't find his gold. Oh, I wasn't really paying attention to their mulligans, but yeah, there is a Mata that does the job nicely, so actually fulfilling its role. Truzky will get something from the bronzes.
Yeah, there'll be value in whatever the Mata pulls for Truzky as well.
But I'm probably a bigger fan of Mata than the Arcane Tome, because we've seen so many Arcane Tomes backfiring that, yeah, I like this Syndicate. Maybe not in this particular matchup, but in many, Arcane Tome is just a traitorous artifact, and yeah, Mata might give you what you need, the consistency for Golden Necker, but yeah, provide only a bronze for the enemy.
Agreed. And Fubi, yeah, it could be Riders. Also, depending on the number of poisons that get played, it could be a Conqueror because it has Veil to avoid the poison. But obviously, the Riders is more points and it stays fairly low to the ground. And to answer Lad's question, I don't know about you, Rabbit. I don't think Ignatius actually gets to full value at 18 here. because there's just nothing that's going to be tall enough, and it would require a lot of like a lot of smaller unit removal to get there.
Yeah, probably with the leader kill on some. Although maybe you want to leader like a threat instead of just cashing in on the points. And here we also see, so maybe like a 12-point Ignatius will be achieved. We also see that Mata brought yeah, a bronze, a cheap 4p bronze that can take advantage of the frost. It's just that how much frost will there be? There is a one Red Riders in hand and the location click. So that's the maximum amount of frost plus 8 that can be generated. So yeah, that's like a 10-point bronze for Truzky coming from the Smata, played by Catburger. So not ideal. You'd want that bronze to play for like 5 points instead.
True. And now I think we maybe see the Bruiser movement could be an option. I think it probably actually Truzky would wait a turn so that he can kill Blindheim Brother. So also boosting Smart to boost the Witch Hunter here in an effort to avoid it getting eaten by Toad. But to your point, I think we just see more frost. And this is where I was wondering if there ends up being a Kurt to purify this foglet at some point, because this foglet is just going to keep getting taller, and then open the door up for some kind of poison control, because there should be a poison. I think the other fist tech should come off of Kecker, so even if the morale gets controlled, it should at least provide 2 poisons if Kurt purifies.
Yeah.
But now we see the Oberon, and we see the Oberon for movement.
And the brother is dead. Though the frost is sticking and the navigator's value is going down every turn. Please see, we get Slender instead of the fish tech from the Golden Necker, so...
Yeah, so Slander instead of Fist Tech. We may see a failed experiment or a Purify here. We see the failed experiment so that it could 1-turn resolve the poison, because there's now with the poison on the Mata, you can use the Salamander Hideout to move the Mata poison, and then you can pay the 4p on the failed experiment, so that line about killing that Foglet could still be open.
Yeah, that line is something to consider and probably take. We see that the leader is cashing in, and Ignatius is at 12, so far so
Ignatius
good on my prediction.
Yeah, you're right. I think he gets there. It is a shame if you are Truzky that you missed Eridan and you missed Emerless Wrath. You don't love that with how tall Catburger is going with the candle spend. Mm-hmm. But spends the Navigator here and divests the points between the Veiled Oberon and the Veiled Foglet, so that's good. Oh, he played the Wrath. That's right. He played the Wrath on Roland off of the...
Roland is gone.
Yeah,
the total value is, well, in the air at the moment.
So we do see the Kurt Purify on the super tall Foglet.
Do you not take Toads immediately? You are not getting...
I would have thought you'd take the Toad on the Mata to deny that poison. Because now you can play Caleb and put a bounty on the Foglet and then move and kill with the poison. Because you have 9 coins.
Okay, instead we see...
But instead Catburger opts to take their time and instead get the value here by getting the points back on killing the Navigator. That's fair. Very tight game here, essentially a tie game.
Okay, so no more bounties coming at the moment. But poisons, we like those, says the Catburger, transfers the the poisons from the meta, but yeah, fair point. There was poison on the executioner as well, so you cannot deny it completely. I was just thinking maybe you go for the toad value because the candle can remove that. Okay, that's a nice value on the purify, and yeah, the Ignatius is already at 15, so a big boy. Challenging the Carantier on its size, and we see that Carantier is shrinking slowly.
Yeah, and like you said, the Toad will just play for its points as opposed to like removing an engine or some other kind of value. The Purify was nice to be able to make it so that the poison doesn't resolve, but there's still points. There's still some points in the leader, 4 coins, and the Freak Show, and up 23. So I think this is in the bag for Catburger.
Yeah. I think the point gap is just too wide. Carantier Golden Child is just closing it.
Yeah, there's barely 23 points on Truzky's side of the board.
And the Toad is just a Toad. It will try. I'm not sure if Neutral fares any better here, honestly. In this round. Probably would have get answered anyway. But yeah, it's a 7-point game, and Catburger avoids getting reverse swept and gets there. Gets into the top 8 and gonna be playing games next weekend.
So yeah, so not having a second Foglet for Truzky, not finding Arid in there, I think really feels like it hurts in the end, but Catburger was able to navigate that past early in round 1. Didn't end up getting bled in round 2, and Catburger comes through in a 5-game series to take it by 7 points to, as you said, make it into the final 8.
Yeah. So cards were missed by both players in different games. In the end, we have a result, and that's what Gwent was always about, getting there in the competitive play to 3 wins. And yeah, I'll show the graphic once again. Now we have the resolution for this group. Mayamon was already through, winning against Catburger and beating Truzky earlier today, and now we're seeing the Catburger going through the losers bracket, going into the tiebreaker, and yeah, winning this long series. So GG to both players.
Great games.
And we have more games coming today. I didn't check how the parallel session is going, but Magpie, I think, is who are we casting, and his opponent's gonna be either Karim or Gravesh. So.
And we've got actually in the casters Discord, Rabbit, if you'd like to, if it's a thing you either want to share or throw up, we also know what the next match is. You and I'll cast here in a little over an hour.
Okay, so I'll need to look. The group C. That's a spicy fixture for us to cast. One
It's gonna be
second.
good. It's gonna be good, chat. You're gonna like it. It's gonna be good.
Where is my thing once again? So Group C had Joe, the player who asked to call themselves Joe, beating Magpie earlier today. So Magpie was waiting for the opponent, and we see that Gravesh won against the Karim. So Gravesh takes on Magpie in the second tiebreaker that we are about to cast today. And yeah, the winner of the tiebreaker, as Catburger just did, moves into the playoff stage. So, hope you guys are excited. We'll take a break, and we have, what, an hour and 20 minutes, more or less, till the start of the session. So, it might be not a short break. Well, any plans how to fill it? We can watch some of the like previous games, or what's your call on this? Do you just want to take a break till the next?
I'm gonna, if it's good with you, my friend, I'm gonna take a quick break, just to get some lunch, get fed and hydrated, and do those things, and then happy to, if you decide that you want to watch some of the matches that we missed and or just throw them up here on the stream, then happy to, when you and I both come back, happy to dump in and we can either comment on them or just let them run until we get about an hour out.
Yeah, so that's the plan. I'll also grab something to eat. So the stream won't be off. We're gonna continue, but no set deadlines. But we know that the match is starting in about an hour. Is it? I need to recheck. What is the time now? It's 6. Are we starting at 7 or was it at 8?
I believe it's 7.
Okay, then yeah, then that's correct. So about 17 plus 16. Yeah. Still far away, but yeah, I'll let you go, and we're gonna continue later. Second episode of Tiebreakers.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Rabbit. Chat, thank you guys for coming to hang out. Hope that you stick around, and we'll see you all in just about an hour.
Okay, see ya. And the black screen, beautiful, isn't it? I wanted to keep the thing afloat though. A game with words for a bit, we can do that. We can also leave this screen while I'm grabbing some food as a promotion, and then when I'm returning, then we can do the game of words. I'll need to choose the screen though, because at the moment I have this not in a way I'm interested in. We can put the Gwent Masters on for now, and I'll take care of this picture. So hope you guys enjoyed the match. Pretty cool one, and went to the wire. Olivier, yeah, I understand you. Falling in love with the game again and learning that this is the official tournament is a sad state of affairs, but it is what it is. Where can I find today's results? I think Reddit will be your best bet. They have updated bracket. Otherwise, probably EC Gaming Twitter is a fair bet. There is a challenge as well. Thank you, Kawe. Much appreciated. Okay, so now I fixed the screen to the picture that I wanted to show. So this is the match. We're watching Magpie versus Gravesh in about an hour or so. I guess we can change the title now to Magpie versus Gravesh Gwent Masters. There we go. So yeah, gonna take a break, gonna put some Gwent music for ya. And when we're back, we'll look at the matches that Magpie and Gravesh were playing earlier. Hey, Pio, you had a task to entertain the audience. Why did we just lose a lot of viewers? You are eating too? While watching the stream? That's not allowed. Like, as a viewer, you are not allowed to eat. Even if the streamer is eating. That's just rude. Okay, let me see what Discord is saying in regards with the tournament. Okay, so we've seen the pictures, it's on the screen. If you missed the games, then the Cat Burger qualified, so Truzky sadly is not going to the Masters, but Cat Burger showed a lot of resilience, fighting from going 2 up to 2-2, managed to win in the end. Yeah, in this match, in this group C, we see that Joe qualified after beating Gravesh 3-0 and beating Magpie 3-1. Karim lost to Magpie 0-3 and was beaten by Gravesh later. Sad for my boy Karim, unfortunately. Go sound. But now, yeah, we have Magpie versus Gravesh. That sounds like a final of Metal's winner takes all from some time ago, but yeah. It's like Gravesh was taking triple, quadruple shoot lineups in winner takes all, so he didn't exactly make it to the final of the last one, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, okay, so Salty will be back. The match starts in 50 something minutes, so we have a lot of time to kill, and we're most likely gonna watch some of the content from earlier today. I haven't seen Magpie versus Joe and Karim versus Gravesh was being played while we were streaming our game. So maybe we'll watch yesterday's games. They are 2 past 3-0s. Let me just find Magpie. No, I think we'll watch Joe versus Gravesh. So content incoming. Any moment now. Satanas is not what I was searching for. So what's everyone's favorite deck, and is it Maimons to Santos Hospitality? Or are players finding enjoyment in other decks? Okay, I found the match, we can look through it. It's from yesterday, it's Gravesh versus Joe. So we learned something about Gravesh's lineup. Let me see. Okay, so that's the main display, and I guess I can use the webcam. Alright, so let's go. This is the match from yesterday, and also apparently the webcam is slightly off. What happened with that? I'm not entirely sure. Was it like this the entire stream, or did I accidentally push it? Anyway, so yeah, this is from yesterday. Gravesh versus Joe. Joe played successfully and managed to qualify. Graveshko gonna be playing later today. Artan, hello. Will I upload all this on YouTube? The cast from today and from the previous series and the upcoming series, certainly. I might avoid uploading all the games from the group stage because that's a lot and nobody has time to watch all of that. But I might do the specific matches from the series. We'll see how that goes. Uploading all the games without commentary is an option, but Masters are happening next weekend, so in 6 days. And I would assume that people will lose interest in the matches from the group stage when the official like top 8 is happening. And because of that, I might just ask players and casters what were the best games. I already uploaded, if you've seen today, the match between Catberg and Mayamon, where Mayamon played his Tucson Hospitality, because that's a deck to talk about in this tournament so far. Like, we've seen different spins on the Vice decks and Erland decks, but they're pretty established. Tucson Hospitality hasn't seen much play in the tournaments, so that was the choice. But there are a lot of exciting close games and some non-standard decisions and some high rolls at times, so yeah. Yeah, the Mayamon game, one specific game out of the match is on YouTube. I decided to just show that one, because today is a day with a lot of Gwent content anyway, so if people just wanted a little bit more, I tried to provide it. But here we see that Mutagenerator is, well, in hand. And the Temple was played early, but there is no Rune Mage. So that's understandable. The Temple just went first. You cannot tutor the Rune Mage. Anyway. And the plays that Joe made so far wouldn't net him any points on the, or almost any points on the Mutagenerator, so he's not in rush. We'll also need a mod or shape, are you by any chance here, that can run predictions? Or anyone else? I'll leave Salty out of it. But yeah, we didn't have any predictions. Feels bad for the first, or at least I missed it, but I don't think there were. We don't have many people with points. All my regulars are not playing Gwent, and all the viewers coming to watch tournaments, well, not all, but a lot of them are fresh ones, so they don't have points to bet. And yeah, there is also no gambling in some of the countries. Estonia and Sweden were on the list as well, but at the moment I think I can gamba on channel points here in Estonia at the very least. Just give out the free chips. You cannot give out the Twitch points. You can do that with stream elements, but who cares about the stream elements points? Wholesome just grabbed the most of them and run away. Also, I'll have my tea now, so we are just watching Joe versus Gravesh. You can imagine what is happening in my voice. And then he played a card, and then he played a card. But if you have any topics to discuss, hit me up. We are in a intermission at the moment, so not focused on the gameplay too much. We're just seeing how did we find Gravesh in the tiebreaker instead of the finals. It all started with this match. Do you think the point of living is pleasure or leaving legacy for the future? Yeah. Who cares about the legacy, honestly? Oh wait, that's what I'm building my Gwent legacy via casting officially the group stage. Wow. Very legacy match, wow. But honestly, yeah. Don't care about the legacy. So enjoy the pleasures of watching the cast of myself and Salty, especially Salty. That means you could potentially... Would you want to live forever? Everyone, just look at your situation now and ask yourself, do you want to live forever? If some future Kung Fu Cup decides to copy your consciousness from the data, I'd gladly watch shit hit the fan, but yeah, once again, would you want to see it on the fan forever? Okay, so Joe is in a position of having Muta Generator in hand by the end of round 1, so that's not ideal, but has the Unsays, has Shoop, has Leader Charge to replace the Bronze if he so desires. First though, yeah, goes for the Unsays. There's also no spending for Graveshko. Where Gravesh prepping heavily, he still has 12 minutes before the start of the match. And then we have half an hour before the game starts. Oh, I see a moderator, by the way. Is this the moderator that will run game by game predictions instead of the full series? Find out in 40 minutes from now. Earn your paycheck, damn it. No paycheck for streamer, no paycheck for mods. Only chatters get paid in a pleasure of watching the content. Nah, on this channel only viewers get paid. I'm viewing? Not with that sword, you don't. Well, you'll take your paycheck in dollars. Sadly, you cannot get. You can get your paycheck in snow, but you have to come and pick it up. But you'll also have enough of snow on your own, most likely. And if you take too long of a time for coming for that money, your Twitch payment, well, it just melts away. So be fast, be quick about it. Get to Estonia, grab the snow. So after that unsays, Gravesh didn't manage to win. I also spent his leader, but that's not really new. I'm a bit surprised that NR managed to do it. But, oh wait, that's a card down as well. Fair enough. Mutagenerator should have resilience, true. Oh, yoink! That Shoop just stole or recruited Roland into the NR. So the Roland is now serving the king Hansel, I suppose, over being a free man in the Novigrad. Also, as soon as you play a gold, you send your opponent a message of like, I have a roach in my hand. That's far from ideal. Man, remember when people were laughing about Mutagenerator and it being a zero tempo play? And then everyone worked out with maybe some provisional changes to some cards. I'm ready to get to vote. Nah, see? The brother Blindheim is already creating some Monopoly dollars for the NR. He already has $2. Oh, Ship is here. Another moderator that can run the predictions game by game instead of an entire series. The clown dollars, well, that's what you are getting for paid in for the moderation. Magpie, Gravesh, Satanas, Bukovsky. Get ready, your match is starting soon. Good luck in the tiebreaker, was the message from Gio. So the players are starting in 7 minutes. We are starting in 37 minutes. May I exchange my clown dollar savings to make you do 100 push-ups? Not after I had my tea. And not while I'm casting. And if I have to do the push-ups while Salty is here, we'll have to do the equal amount of push-ups. But I'm gonna be dead and he's gonna continue and then I will be even more in depth to you, so no. Well, you're not getting the push-ups now, so that's easy to solve. So Roach, still in hand. I have no interest. No, sounds like a scam. No. We cannot have that. So poison to the left, poison to the right. No coins for Gravesh at the moment. Wait. No, I'm sorry, Pio. They are bullying you. So this is an Erland. As you might notice, Erland is a 6-point card at the moment and Roach is only 4-point card. Who wins? A horse versus a mighty Witcher with an order. And that's where Gravesh was like, I had enough. Okay, so just an unfortunate hand. And opponent goes all in. It happens. So it was like, I found my Erland, I generated some carry yeah, well, there wasn't. I generated the carryover through the iris. Boom, boom, zoom, zoom. Okay, Pio, but there is game 2 of that series, so maybe this time around it's gonna work out. While we are watching that, I'll also set up the cast for the second game, so we'll have game 2 between Gravesh. Okay, to be fair, Magpie is coming from the upper bracket. So in that logic, we'll put Magpie 0, Gravesh 0. You cannot see that at the moment, but it's fixed. Good. What else? And we need the decks. I'm sorry, Karim, but we can remove your decks from the equation. Can remove this. And Cat Burger's decks as well. Or was it always zoom zoom boing boing? Okay, so Gravesh found the bruise, got his tin in, a lot of points. There is no Taurus to hurt him. That's what Deathwish severely suffers from. But there is a lot of poisons, a lot of statuses, and you will try to mitigate it by consuming, but that's a tall order. His opponent Magpie in Chinese. Yeah. For those of you just joining, we are not watching Magpie versus Gravesh yet. Because that's what the pinned message is saying. And if you are on some of the platform device that doesn't show pinned messages in chat, then it's rather unfortunate. But no, Mr. Ewerfeld. This is not Magpie playing against Gravesh. That match is happening in 30 minutes. But in reality, it starts in 2 minutes. So take it as you wish. Soon the content will flow and the continent will be either growing with the Magpies, or it will be boing boing TLG Graveshin. We'll see. Only one can survive. So what's the lineup? We have Kaneki, we have Paya, we have Mayamon, we have Joe, we have Catburger, that's 5. Well, this match is the 6th. There is another match. Who won the tiebreaker? No, there is no another tiebreaker. Who did I miss? Kaneki Paya, Mayamon, Catburger. So yeah, I'm missing the person who won 2 games. Mayamon was one, Joe was another. I can open. I know that you know, guys. Why are you being so quiet about it? Sanvanter, I suppose, was the winner. Okay. So Sanvanter is true as well then. So it's either Magpie or Gravesh. In the second group is Satanas versus Bukowski. And then we have our entire lineup for the next weekend. Stacked international roster. A variety of decks is also being preserved. We'll have some Status Nilfgaard. What is the deck that struggles the most in this Masters, by the way? I felt at one point of not really watching the games closely that AQ wasn't doing too great, but I think it won a fair share of the games. I think Erland was also winning. We've seen Skoya winning with Seamless into the Cranmer finishers. I'd need Lerio for the stats, but I'm not sure if he ran it or based on like not finished group stage. Especially with the tournament platform being not utilized here. One second. Doing the stuff. Is it group A? Or is it group? It is a group C. Okay, where is it? Don't mind me, chat. Just enjoy the games. So what's happening in this one so far? So Gravesh went for pushing, and so far that's not particularly successful. Masquerade Ball is still in Joe's hand. The coup is maybe subpar, but it's active. The soldier does enough bleeding. Do we see Masquerade Ball? With bleeding you can set up the coup on Eskel as well, which is pretty good for the Joe. We also got the bands, but yeah, we're gonna see. We're gonna look through the deck list with Salty in like 10 minutes hopefully, so not rushing to that yet. I'll let you know that we'll witness a lot of actions though in this series. So yeah, Masquerade Ball is being preserved here. Wait, does Gravesh have a pass? I was not looking. Hey Kung Fu, how was the food made? It was splendid. It was just chicken with some veggies. But yeah. Okay, so Gravesh got his pass off and he's happy to take it. Now, Masquerade Ball is there, Heatwave is there, so those can be traded, but you'd have to deal with something like Thirsty Dame coming from that Masquerade Ball. I guess you have Irondite for that. It's a 7 TV emote. Nowadays I think most things are coming from 7 TV. Which includes itself a BTTV as well. But if you're on mobile, unless you go through the extra hoops, I don't think you're getting them anyway. So Magpie versus Gravesh starts in 28 minutes. That's the mark. And let me just set stuff up as well. There was schedule somewhere. So we are watching. Okay, I see. I'll just need to find the link. I found the link. Okay, let's finish the match and then go through the setup and also start looking through the deck lists. Did the playlist finish? No, not yet. We'll have to restart that. So Thirsty Dame is on the board, can be an Irondite on it, and you don't even lose the points because you can click the locations for the target, for the buff. There is still a leader. Okay, yeah, so that's what's happening. And you also don't have an answer for this Philippe anymore. There is no score here, like we are just the current score of the series is 2-0, but this is the series from yesterday. The series that is incoming in 20 minutes, Magpie versus Gravesh, is well, it didn't start yet, so there is no score. A 0-0 will be the correct answer for that. But we are waiting for that to start. We also will get Salty back. Okay, and Salty is ready. So yeah, let's finish with that. Then I'll set up the YouTube link for the match and we'll go through the decks. Okay, look, Gravesh is printing points. He got a toad from the graveyard. He got the Dagon. Surely he takes it. especially with having AQ still in hand. Man, Artfane is fun. You get to click and show like 2 cards on screen every time. Amazing. So Joachim goes Thirsty Dame. And the location goes, there is your usurper. Be happy about that. And the statuses as well. Incredible. And we're restarting the... Здорово, Нурпейс, спасибо. Сейчас пойдет контент. It's happening soon. So, the question was, do you ever consume the Joachim instead? Or do you just 100% certain that your opponent never keeps that? Too risky, and you do the play that Gravesh done. But yeah, that was a spicy Joachim with the usurper, buffing both Thirsty Dame and the Seditious. Because yeah, alternative good targets were kinda missing from the board, which is unfortunate. We have places to be at, Gravesh. You cannot rope forever. So eats the Deathloaf, gets a new Deathloaf, gets a Toad, but falls short. And this is how it ended. And now we are done with that. Watching the past games. We are moving into the future now. So I'm just going to full screen the current stream. Okay. This is not what I wanted though. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hello, hello, welcome back. And welcome back.
Of the day, Brother Rabbit.
I lost the link for the stream, or I didn't lose it. I opened and that was the incorrect one. So I'm in search of our second match link at the moment. Should be somewhere. Yeah, I found the Bobo Asa link. I suppose that's the one. I think it links me. Okay, this is the live one. Okay, good. It just says in the title that it's day one, so I got a bit confused by it. I thought that I opened yesterday's feed. But
yeah, I had to cycle through the feeds because I wasn't sure which one for our first game, but I'm glad that we landed there.
Okay, so let me just check if it works. GeoStream is not GeoStream anymore, but it should be up. So just testing that. Okay, so we are set for the match feed. I'll need another small break, but I'll put you on, and I guess I'll put the decks so you can start us on some like introduction to the lineups. But yeah, I didn't time it perfectly, and this myself losing a link to the stream was a bit confusing as well. So I'll just put your webcam on as well. Where is everything is always gone in the wrong direction in the OBS when you have too many things.
It is. It's one of the things I wish OBS would clean up is to have a better like user experience for us on the casting or on the player side, on the streamer side. It'd be nice to have a more organized way to do it. But my friend, feel free to, if you need to take a break, feel free to do that.
Yeah, so I put the Group C results so far. We have Gravesh taking on Magpie. Magpie coming from the top side of the bracket, so he won a game and then lost a game. Gravesh went the opposite route, losing first and then beating Karim. So that's the match, and I gonna put Gravesh's lists on the screen. I'll hide the cameras, and yeah, gonna be back pretty soon. But yeah, we have like 13 minutes, 17 minutes till the start. So yeah, Gravesh's decks are on the screen, and Salty gonna take you through those.
Thank you, Rabbit. And chat, welcome back. It's good to see all of you here. Gravesh has a really interesting lineup that was kind of styled in a way of what we saw probably about 6 months ago with NR Knights, where almost everyone wanted to take one deck that, at least from Blue Coin, was going to have a ton of power, a lot of tempo, and you could just kind of run away with that list. And that's what this Overwhelming Hunger list is meant to do, is to fill that slot of, in a perfect world, you play it from Blue Coin, you get way out in front of the opponent, and you just kind of rock on. There's a couple of interesting card choices in this Overwhelming Hunger list that's a little different than what we've seen. One is the Eskel Pathfinder as a modicum of control. And that also explains why the Naglfar Taskmaster that you see at the bottom as a Purify is not a Peller, because a Peller is a human. And so as a result, the Eskel then wouldn't work on an opponent's human. So interesting tech choice there from Gravesh, just wanting to potentially have a secondary punish behind Karathi Heatwave that generally against most matchups should be fairly successful. Next up, we've got Blood Money. This looks a lot like the list that we saw for those of you who watched the previous match that Rabbit and I cast between Truzky and Catburger. This looks similar to Catburger's list. The differences here are in the mid-range, particularly Gravesh is playing a Tesh'Mutna sword for some extra. It gives some really nice extra synergy with this kind of list where you're doing putting bounties and poisons on cards. It allows you to resolve those statuses by getting an extra 5 points of damage on the Tesh'Mutna sword. So a nice card here that generally will play at least as a 10 for 7. And then we see in the 6s the Fisher King for consistency and the Kalkstein as a Purify. So, and a continuing Purify, which can be helpful in a lot of different ways. So, Rabbit, I think you are back with us, Meow? Nope, I lied.
Yeah, okay, I am back. I was just doing the chat things.
No worries. I just wanted to make sure I didn't go too deep into the deck list without giving you a chance to throw your thoughts in.
Okay, so I'll have to. What did you go through so far?
Overwhelming Hunger and Blood Money,
Okay.
and that's where I've paused as of Meow.
I see. Okay, so thank you for that. And yeah, we're moving to Precision Strike then. We've seen 2 leaders for Squirtle already in the previous match, Mahakam Forge and Guerrilla Tactics. Precision Strike, as you might see, plays a lot of the similar cards. We have Dwarven Chariots, we have Cranmer and Seamless, but there are, well, peculiar cards or characteristic cards for the P-Strike. First of all, you have the Sentinels, and those line up very nicely in a row for the Great Oak. So recently buffed Great Oak makes an appearance. A deck with Control True Leader still has Oak for the control, Heat Wave, so like some options there. Plus Skirmishers feel like a potentially weak card, dealing 3 damage, and then opponent can disarm it by like removing its armor. But you playing the Dwarven Chariots. This is the king of Squirtle at the moment. Like Seamless is almost in every deck, but so is the Dwarven Chariot. So yeah, a lot of fun. This is the leader variety for the Squirtle, but yeah, a lot of cards are the same. How do you feel about that?
So I like the biggest structural change with this list from the other Squirtle list that we've seen is that instead of playing Rock Barrage with Frenzy Dow, you get back the 7 and the 5 there by you're able to play the Commander's Horn. And then you're able to put more provisions up towards the top to play the Great Oak. That makes the Oxenfurt Scholars a point better, so now they're playing as 8 for 4s, which can help you with the weakness of this deck, which is to get out of round 1, particularly if you end up getting stuck having to play it on blue coin for some reason, which of course you don't love. But, you know, from red coin you don't mind as much, but it allows you then to push a little bit harder because you're playing, you know, 8 for 4 cards, and then following up with some of the damage and control. So I think there's some great value here. I think there are some pitfalls with this deck, and it's going to require the right matchup to be as successful, because some of the instead of the points like with the Rock Barrage and Frenzy Dow interaction where you just get the points on deploy for the most part, you have to line up the Commander's Horn. That's helped with the Eudora. Usually that's helped with the Dwarven Chariots and of course the leader, but it can be a little bit tricky. But still conceptually, like you said, Rabbit, at the end of the day, the idea is to play, is to be able to play into a short round with either the other thing is that this deck has the flexibility that if you do have a bit of a longer round, you get more payoff for Great Oak.
Yeah.
But then the trade-off is that, in a perfect world, you probably want to be able to play a round where you play Simless into the Armorer's Workshops, get your Kramer payoff, and win the round. So yeah, I'm interested to see how this performs compared to the other Squirtle lists that we've seen.
Yeah. And the last one that we have is Imperial Formation. So soldiers are not going anywhere, and soldiers were brought with Renfrey and without Renfrey. We witnessed that TL Gravesh, or is it TLG Ravesh? I'm not sure, but yeah. Or is it Babsy, or is it Dark Kevin? But yeah, Renfrey soldiers are making an appearance here, and Trihern, everyone's favorite Nilfgaard card, is here as well. We've seen already some nice Trihern hits in this tournament, discarding the Militarist Temple, for example, yesterday. So yeah, you never know what that card brings into the equation. Shifting the paradigm, shifting the flow of the match. We see a lot of bronze soldiers, of course. A lot of them were nerfed and then reverse happened through the battle council, so this deck is not completely dead. And Renfrey stuck sticking all the units into the front row, most likely for the big Tris Meteor Shower payoff play is their strategy. So yeah, anything peculiar in this one? Not sure. It doesn't play 4P cards, so Musicians of Blaviken is a nice addition to it.
Yeah, I think it gives you, the Swarm is nice for the Triss, and it gives you some more flexibility. Also, Gravesh feeling like obviously the Xavier Lemons needs to be included. is also can provide some nice payoff for the Triss, and of course you're not playing a Squirrel in a Musician's deck. My concern with this list is really more about the short round, because if you can save your Renfrey leader for a short round 3, then it's not awful. But your best 3-card round 3 would be something like Ramon, Nausicaa Sergeant, and maybe like a Vilgefortz, right? And so that's not nearly as much juice when you think about like what this precision strike short round 3 could be, or a Blood Money list if Kecker is one of your 3 cards in a short round 3. It's just, when you think about it, the weakness of this deck is going to be that if you get pushed hard enough, you're not going to have a lot of juice left in round 3 to really be able to compete.
Yeah.
So I'm curious to see kind of what coin this gets taken on, and kind of how if it doesn't get banned, how the Imperial formation will play out.
Yeah, okay, that's a fair point about the... Although, yeah, what are the times now when Ramon into Nausicaa, and Nausicaa is not the greatest round 3? What, times are we living in? And I switched the screen, now we are looking at Magpie's lists. Doesn't have Nilgard in his lineup, but we are witnessing some Skedege there. But let's start from the White Frost, so left to the right, and White Frost is the first choice. We just witnessed it in Truzky's hands. Sadly, it didn't amount to a win in the decider of the previous match, but yeah. The difference here is the neutral over the Toad Prince, and also some bronzes are changed. So we can see the Wild Hunt Warrior here instead of a double Navigator. Anything else? I think the Red Riders count is changed. I think Truzky was playing 2 and Magpie is running 1. But...
Yeah, I like the... So I'm curious to see how the Nithral is going to go. But I like not playing double Navigator, because the Navigator, win more is the wrong phrase, but essentially... It's like, if you're in a position where you're going to be able to get a huge payoff from your Navigator, then you're probably wanting to play the Red Riders either off Tirnalia or the Red Riders out of hand to replay it. And that's great, and we love that. But as we saw in the previous matchup with Truzky, if you end up with like double Navigator, you want to play it early, but if you don't have dominance, or if you can't create enough frost, then it really becomes kind of a bad card. So playing one of them feels great, and then I love that, like you said, playing the Wild Hunt Warrior as opposed to double Navigator. I feel like this is a stronger look at what the Frost list can do.
Okay, so the next list is the Deadeye Ambush and the Elves. We've seen the bans though, so since we have like 5 minutes till the start of the match, we're not gonna stop too much on it. I think Elves were banned. So yeah, this was the highest list with the 4 traps to guarantee yourself an Angus throw, but yeah, we're going to skip it and move to the pincer maneuver and the siege with Traveling Priestesses. There we go. That's a deck and a half. Devotion as well.
So we've been seeing this flavor of this pincer maneuver deck more on ladder. And especially as a devotion list, because of the rework of Radovid Judgment, we've just seen that it's fairly powerful and just gives you such a nice short round, or lets you really like jam tempo on the push. But otherwise, it's fairly straightforward. We all know the intent of how this deck is meant to work. But as Rabbit pointed out, having the siege in this deck also gives you another flavor of a way to either defend a bleed or to push, so that you can keep your traveling priestesses for a nice short round 3.
Yeah, and also...
But I gotta be...
Oh, sorry?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just thinking, we've seen Trihern in Gravesh's list, so yeah, Vilgefortz and Trihern are kind of a menace to this list, so let's see if they ever meet. There are ways to like bamboozle your opponent, keeping the Traveling Priestesses in hand when you expect Trihern or Vilgefortz to get played, but yeah, we'll see. how that works out. But yeah, Mutagenerator Siege is not really new to the menu, but yeah, the recent buff to Radovid Judgment or addition to of the card to the game made the thing impossible. A lot of breaks that you have to avoid in Hubert and Radovid Judgment, because yeah, sure, you can send them back with your leader, but you don't want to waste your leader on the breaks. And you have Siege Masters that are drawing your cards, so if you kind of mismanage your leader charges and are unlucky with the random draws, you kind of can get screwed by this deck's main idea of thinning two cards.
Oh, that's a good call out. And then the taller is a card that, against, like you called out, against Nilfgaard, when it has some deck manipulation, is something that then you can choose to play and not click. Is another kind of like cheeky way to try and get around your because you don't need to maximize thinning, since Nilfgaard is going to help do it for you. But like you said, it's not a matchup that Magpie wants to see if it can be avoided. What I'm really excited for is my favorite archetype in Gwent, making it into the last day of group play. I absolutely love seeing Alchemy. I love Alchemy, and Magpie is playing Alchemy, so I have to homer stand for Magpie. We get to see this battle trance list with Ale of Ancestors and Octel, where you try and replay all those Freya's blessings into a combination of Crow Clan Preachers and Crow Clan Druids as a backup, so that you just generate a ton of points. Of course, we all know Getty as a scenario, but also we see a portal in here to thin our friends, the Fish Flappers. So I'm very excited about this, Rabbit. I'm over the moon.
Yeah, the Crow Mother recent one power buff is influential enough, since you can bring her out in like all 3 rounds. The portal buff with the Fish Flappers is an amazing conclusion as well. So a lot of things to play with for Avalar Sage, having a go at all the artifacts, and yeah, pretty exciting. And this is the only battle trance, if I'm not mistaken, of this.
I believe so.
So let's refresh the stream together as well, so that we are synced. So perfect. This is the Boboasa, right? You have that open.
That's the one.
Yeah, okay. So 1, 2, and 3. Let's refresh it, sync up, and wait for the game to start. Should be like a couple of minutes. And yeah, I just seen the invite to come for the provider of the footage. So
let's go.
Okay, what's with the quality? Okay, quality is fine. And it's starting. I'm bringing the webcams on. The score will be on the screen as well.
I'm spamming your chat with math doer emotes because I'm excited. Let's go! Let's go!
So we talked about the bans. It was Scoia'tael versus Gravesh's. Let me recheck. Gravesh is not playing the Blood Money. Fair enough.
Yeah, so Gravesh won't have access to Syndicate, and as Rabbit pointed out, Magpie's Deadeye list is not going to see play. So we will see Nilfgaard then, and we will see Pincer Maneuver at some point, and we'll see if they match up.
Mm-hmm. And Gravesh will be on the blue coin, so Deathwish might be one of the decks he'd consider taking as an opener.
Yeah, that's something that's I'm curious to see Lirio's readout at the end of today. But anecdotally, that seems to be what you said seems to be correct. Scoia'tael, a lot of the Scoia'tael lists are getting banned, and when an opponent thinks that they can target, then Syndicate is on the deck.
Okay,
here we go.
Here we go. The tiebreaker. The winner of this is participating in the Masters. The journey in official competitive Gwent finishes for the loser of this match, because this is the end of the road for the officially supported tournaments. So let's see. And we see the Death Wish on blue coin for Gravesh going against the Priestess Siege.
Yeah, interesting here to see. So obviously with Gravesh on blue coin, you know, we 99% expected to see this this overwhelming hunger list, because that's exactly what it's meant to do, is to come in and win from blue coin. I'm surprised and interested to see Magpie's choice for Northern Realms here. And maybe it's a thing because he knows that Gravesh wants and kind of needs to win round 1 to not get pushed, and then it lets Magpie just kind of sit back and build Mutagenerator carryover, knowing that Gravesh is very unlikely to take some sort of massive tempo pass, because then Magpie can just play down to 4 cards and build a ton of carryover.
Yeah.
Which also then makes the Erendite worse by not giving Gravesh the chance to bleed in round 2 and be able to build Erendite value. So I'm exceedingly curious,
Yeah.
Rabbit, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. That's a good point about, Death Wish is known for occasionally taking tempo pass, but Priestess is potentially not the deck you want to do that against, especially if you don't have enough control for onagers, and this is the Siege version, so it's really an offensive deck. So you might pay a hefty price for that.
True. And Gravesh does play Heatwave, but does not have access to it in opening hand. So this the Mutagenerator will go through. So, and presumably that Heatwave might end up being used then for the Siege. But Magpie is going to get to do what I believe is the point of the strategy here, which is to get to play a longer round 1, building lots of carryover.
So yeah, no way to tutor that must hurt. Especially if you are not relying on tempo passing. Otherwise, you of course just want to slam the maximum amount of tempo in 3-4 cards. We've seen Royal Decree used, but there is the Helix, so yeah, the tutoring happens. And we see that the stratagem and Dagon consuming.
So much tempo.
It's so much tempo, and a nice way to use the Dagon's infusions is of course to get some toads into your graveyard, so that card becomes the Death Wish card, and yeah, you have an extra consume for laters.
And I mean, Gravesh just shows, Gravesh understands both of these players. I don't want to say one more than the other, but both these players understand the matchup. Gravesh plays the Brewis in the back row, knowing that that's where the units are mostly going to go. The Foglet comes out, so now going to get maximum value on the Foglet. And then, like you said, it's so nice to be able to get those toads in the graveyard early. Feels really good.
Okay, so we see that some thinning is being applied already. Also the order has been used just to get one extra tick on the Hubert, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that Purify didn't achieve anything more, right? So
yeah, spot on. And also because even if you wanted to play it with the Onager for an extra point, it's going to die the next turn to the Fog. So like you said, I think it's just to get the Hubert tick down for sure.
So yeah, a big issue for the Hubert and Radovich Judgment is that they can be accidentally brought into your hand by the Siege Masters. We see no Siege Masters in Magpie's hand at the moment. And yeah, let's see what his game plan is, being 30 points behind, 40 points behind, and still having Folk on their side of the board.
Yeah, I mean, this is in any other game, this might well be a place where Gravesh would potentially pass and then say, or play one more card and then pass and say, I'll see you in 50 points. But this list from Magpie can do it, and if you can do it fairly uninterrupted, it's really nice. This So this reinforced ballista suggests that either AA or Onager is next. The AA will then allow if it's still alive, will allow the Caraballista to go off next turn with the Warfare resupply. So that's always really nice. So, but there's also a lot of clicky things coming up for Magpie. So it could be either one here going forward.
Yeah. So can Magpie actually do the points though? It looks scary.
Yeah, I think it'd be Onager front row on deploy is 8, and then you end up with, it's 10 with the clicks, and then it's just kind of like working it out from there, like you said, right? You'd probably play something like Care Seren as well, to be able to get a 5p. There's a couple of I'm trying to math it, and I think you could do it fairly easily in 3, but I don't know about in 2. So we'll see. He's down 43. Magpie's down 43 points.
Yeah. So at one point, where is that line where you are like, okay, I'm not doing it anymore. It must be somewhere here. Either you do the math and like completely certainly like claim that okay, playing front row is a lot of points with Mutagenerator, I am catching up, or you're just folded.
Yeah, it's incredible seeing the difference talking to some of the top 15 players and seeing the different styles, and some of them the way they talk through their math. Doing, obviously all of them are fantastic at math, but the difference between some that like do it granularly versus some that say, yeah, I just kind of look at the board and go, nah, I can't do the points. And Magpie made one way or another made that calculation here and opts to pass. Obviously, as Rabbit was pointing out, it was just the lead just kept ballooning. So even though you'd love to build Mutagenerator value, you take the value that you got and you kind of cut bait.
And getting Traveling Priestesses into your hand is like the main idea of the deck, so that's nice to have. Although, yeah, one mulligan was forced on the Radovid Judgment, unfortunately.
Interesting. We see Gravesh mulligan the Squirrel, presumably to maybe make this hand more playable. Noting that the AA is there, or he plans to just play a card and then take the long round, and so doesn't assume that he'll get value off of squirreling the AA. But if the intent is a push here, we know that Magpie has the AA in hand, so that's interesting as well. But correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe 3 infused units have been played, but only 2 were consumed.
Yeah, I'm kind of lacking the skill to track all the small details, sadly, but a couple of them definitely were consumed. So sadly, yeah, we don't have the observer to check, but maybe our host of the day will show it later.
Oh, I got you. I just rewinded.
Okay.
Actually, just
we have the
bit.
technology true.
Yeah, I was gonna say I can do that while you're actually streaming. Yeah. So the toad that was infused was never consumed. So that means that this succubus will not bring out the consuming the succubus will not bring out Dagon. It would be the next infused unit to be consumed.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, we see that Margarita and the Taskmaster, the Purify from Wild Hunt, being kept by the player, so that might be a small duel later on. Like Magpie wants to play his entire deck, his entire hand and deck, so Gravesh knows that at one point he in this game he's meeting with the Margarita. Look, the Dagon. He's here. The boy is here.
Okay, so that would be that. Then was 4. So there were 3 drawn. Yeah. 4 drawn in the first round. 1 went unconsumed, and now the succubus makes 4.
Yeah.
And presumably the Taskmaster is going to purify this other succubus.
And we see the siege getting insta heatwave treatment. Not much to gain from that artifact anymore, but you got yourself an engine, and there is a target for it to pink, at least for now. Okay, Radovid Judgment has been avoided. There are 4 ticks of Hubert yet.
Okay. And now the adrenaline condition on the succubus is back in place, so now Gravesh doesn't mind the back row, doesn't mind if the succubus dies because it's just free points to come back, which is good. Not any great Eskel targets right now. And to your point, there's the Hubert.
Yeah, and
So
a lot of pinks.
It looks like Gravesh might be losing his card here. We'll see.
He's committing a leader charge as well, so maybe he fights it.
He at least can play, Gravesh can at least play the Endriga Warrior for another, plays for what, 10 on deploy? You consume and then click. Could also, could also AQ. It feels expensive, but it's a ton of tempo. Yeah,
Yeah,
a lot of tempo.
goes for it, and well, has a couple of consumes, but yeah, the Eskel at the moment doesn't look too great. Turns off an engine if you so desire. Do you look at that strategy of, okay, I'm against the priestess and they didn't tame properly, so let's force them to do some stupid things relying on and are lacking the tools to win?
Yeah, it's highly possible, yeah.
I'm not sure how does the double for provision consume feel though. Make sure it is played on Succubus. You kind of wanted them to line up on the same row, most likely. And you still need consumes for your Deathloaf. That is, well, you tend to 5.
And that's where the decision point to what you're saying for Gravesh here might be, you do the succubus consume with the Endriga for 10 points, and then if the succubus goes to the same row as where the other one is, then maybe you play the second Endriga, and if not, you assess. You also have to think about, I think, escaling the Istrid could be a possibility, because you have to know with how few points or how few cards are left. You know that Magpie's got a number of different ways to get value, just get passive value off the Istrid from drawing cards.
Okay, so the row
we see Gravesh did not get lucky, so Succubus again did not go to the same row.
But yeah, there is some extra value from the Istrid, still alive on the board. There is still a leader charge for Gravesh, so he didn't decide to go all in, maybe trying to consume both and rely on them jumping to the same row. But yeah, from Magpie's point of view, this was the time to tame the Radovid, burn through all the leader charges, maximize the value on the Istrid.
I mean, Gravesh is going to have a really nice, is going to have a fairly solid short round 3 between the Erendite and Detlaf. But I mean, does that if Magpie drew both the priestess again, does that beat like Vernon Roach into priestess? I don't think so.
Yeah. Also your Detlaf, well, you can consume it immediately. There is one toad in the graveyard.
Yeah, there's one exactly. There's
so
one toad in the graveyard.
You can insta Detlaf.
Yep, and then leader charge so that a potential lock doesn't bother you for the Detlaf interaction. Exactly, yeah. But I think this round is very different here if the succubus in any of these turns go into the same row. And instead we see full leader. There you go. Okay, so the Succubus finally goes into the same row. We see the Esco played to deny the Radovid Judgment order ability. This may force all 3 cards out of Magpie.
Yeah. And he, well, to fix his
If
hand,
the-
he has the Witcher only.
Yeah.
So he might start searching right here, right now. The lock is nice. Oh. Okay. So
But yeah, if Gravesh plays the Intriga Warrior here, I think he gets all the cards. Yeah, there you go. And then plus 10. I don't even know. I mean, it's what, 19? Plus. So it's 29 minus 2? 3, 4.
Okay, fine.
Gosh, that's a lot of points. It's got to be Vernon here, right?
Yeah, found the Vernon. So there is a chance. I don't think he gets there without the Vernon. Probably also needs to use the... Doesn't use the location. Okay, there are no priestesses in that pool.
Nope, he needed one. All he needed was one priestess. There did Magpie. Also opted to take the. Couldn't have possibly known what he was going to get off of Vernon, and like you said, didn't even click Care Seren. So yeah, a 2-0 from Gravesh. Not unexpected when you take Overwhelming Hunger, Death Wish from Blue Coin and draw your cards in round 1, right?
Yeah. Okay. Also, let's restart this. I think when you were like going back and forth, we desynced a little bit. So let's refresh the stream on count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
Perfect.
Think that might be also an issue because I have the stream open and I have it streaming on YouTube as well, so maybe it just takes too much power for the PC to
it
run.
might. I was gonna say I think we are roughly lined up now from me being live.
I think your calls were coming like a second and a half ahead of the action happening on my screen, so might have pissed off someone, so I decided to try and to.
No worries. I think you're right that it is just because of how it's coming through Streamlabs. It's probably just creating a little bit of lag. So I'll try to to be.
I think it
Are
should
we
be
good?
okay.
Okay.
It was just a slight mistiming on it, so hopefully won't be an issue and shouldn't be. So yeah, Gravesh takes the lead, gets his monsters through. Now Magpie probably is not taking the priestess on the blue coin. Probably gonna see a different deck choice here. So let me bring the players' decks for you for a second. Can I? Yeah, I can. So Magpie has a choice of White Frost, Battle Trance, and the Pincer Maneuver that we've just seen. And for Gravesh it will be the Peace Strike, Hunger is True, Blood Money is banned, and Imperial Formation Errant-Free Soldiers. So are we seeing Peace Strike here? Or is it Formation? I guess Formation can survive on both sides.
And you're right. So we do see Imperial Formation from Gravesh, this Renfrey Triss list. And Magpie taking my favorite deck, Alchemy. Love to see it, especially from Blue Coin. So many points.
So 1 artifact in hand and 3 somewhere in the deck. You have the Fish Boy, Fish Witcher, so that should be a mulligan in search of a portal, but we get Masha Truffle.
Oof. Gravesh finds the Xavier Lemons in round 1. And that could be really bad for Magpie because that could essentially brick Octel, right?
Yeah, Octel is endangered, and even Freya's Blessings can have no targets if you don't answer him immediately. But portal thinning is the first step, points and thinning coming from that recently buffed card, so that's nice for Magpie to have. How's the rest of the hand looking?
It's playable for sure.
Yeah.
Needs to get an alchemy in the graveyard if the Crow Clan druid is meant to be online. Obviously, you don't mind playing the preachers because you want them as targets. We see Magpie rolls the dice and clicks mask early, which could have bricked the fish flappers, but instead now I think we might end up seeing the ale get kicked. Yep. So Mahakam Ale goes into the graveyard to be used later. And we see Mushy Truffle come out here quick, fast, and in a hurry.
Okay. So yeah, we didn't talk much about the Gravesh's hand outside of the lemons, but has a bunch of soldiers. Trihern is on a hunt. Maybe you want wait for the second Witcher to jump out, not preventing that, but actually hunting for the one of the artifacts instead. So yeah, that might happen. Trihern nerfed to 4 power is still a consideration for Gravesh. He picked it as his favorite card on the player profile. And he might have a special connection with that one. I'm also always concerned about seeing Nilfgaardian Runestone, Dunsborg, because yeah, bad things happen when this card is getting picked for the opponent. We just seen the Kingslayer in the previous series.
We did, and a good pull there from for Gravesh off of the Runestone. But to your point, Magpie after this turn will have thinned 3 cards already down to 12, and you know that feels like a pretty good time to Trihern.
Okay, and since there are other 4P cards in the deck, this is not a guarantee on the Witchers to jump out. Other druids went to 4 provisions as well.
Yeah, true. And this, you know, you don't love the fish flapper playing like so. Magpie will probably want to avoid playing it because you don't love to play it later. But you don't hate having the preacher necessarily because now it's in your graveyard, which would work with Uctel. But Gravesh plays Xavier Lemons, and so we'll see how that ends up, and if and how that ends up impacting the game. Because if you don't have units or you don't have Frey's Blessings in the graveyard, then Uctel gets played as a 9-point card, and that feels sad.
Yeah. Okay, so till the end of the rope we go, and
Chat said Gravesh is making Magpie think Trihern isn't in hand for extra emotional damage. Oh my god.
Yeah. We see that infused unit is getting locked. There is no access to Purify in any form in Magpie's hand at the moment.
But we will get to see the Mahakam Ale come off of this Crow Clan druid.
Okay. Yeah, true.
Love to see it.
This is a nice interaction of not having to remove your infusions by just unlocking. Love seeing that.
I love it. I am such a homer for alchemy. I love alchemy. We see a relock, however, with the slave driver, but a slow tempo play to be sure. These flanking engines that were helping.
I suppose I got a little bit behind as well again. So maybe you can pause your stream for like a second.
Yep.
Yeah.
I will pause until I'll pause until I meet you in the middle.
Don't think it does anything to your side.
Yep, we're good. We're good now. There's Streamlabs is making our lives hard, so we'll. Yep. Now we're married. We're married up nice enough that it should be a thing. Magpie up to a 24, 23 point lead. Feels good, man.
Yeah, as soon as you get a couple of preachers onto the board, you still spread your infusions. That's a scary amount of points. Gwent is good in hand because, well, yeah, you can just reactivate the Musha Truffle. The card haven't seen too much play in the past 12 months. It was more popular a year ago, but yeah, Alchemy is definitely a home for it. So Trihern is not finding the greatest pulls for Gravesh. Betrayal is happening. Trihern has a list in front of him that says Gideonate, that says, well, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
It says Odkel, but Odkel is in hand. But yeah, he missed everything and just had to discard a bronze.
4 for 9 that improves opponent's consistency. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, and there's still, let's be clear that Gravesh is still going to probably get value out of, significant value probably out of Xavier Lemons. But the issue now is going to be that it feels like Magpie is going to be able to take this round. The Freya's Blessing is not active, but you can still play the Decoction. You can still play, obviously, Axel. So
I'm afraid you have to hold to that Decoction. But yeah, Gravesh knowing that Decoction exists just buffs the Lemons to 7, and you're kind of not killing it anymore. The
True.
card is just broken in this match.
And that might be what, to your point, that might be what why Magpie's been holding on to it and hasn't removed any of the other engines. That, and also, you know, Magpie looking at it as hand knows that he can play fairly deep in this round with the setup he's got. So not as concerned necessarily about needing to spend his one of his few removal tools.
Yeah, point gap is pretty impressive, but you have a 3s for catch-up. You have to spend the 3s. No way you're catching up with the just slow bleeds.
We see an early Xavier Lemons.
Okay.
I'm really surprised by that with the existence of Octel. Wow, that's very surprising. Well, not anymore. It was nice seeing you, Xavier Lemons, but you are no longer welcome in this restaurant. Otkel. Yes, that's right. I keep saying putting the wrong consonant in the wrong place. That's right. Otkel. I know that there are enough people who care about those things that I'm frustrating them when I say the wrong name. So I will make sure to put the consonant, put the right emphasis on the right syllable.
Okay.
I know that won't frustrate anyone. Thanks for squaring me away, Rabbit.
Bow before modern fare.
I tried to do it discreetly. Only chat would see it, not the people who are just listening.
No shit. You could have just yelled it at me if you wanted. That's perfectly good.
Not my style. That's felt sneakier, but yeah, there we go. The point gap is even bigger. You can calculate the 3s, but she only has like 4s and 5s on the board, so that seems rather unlikely that she is catching up easily. The CDPR, Gwent Pronunciation Department, has no active members left. Most likely Feldy.
They were an all volunteer group before. And now that even the volunteers have been told to go home.
Yeah.
A quick question, math-wise. I think Gravesh, if Gravesh plays both his remaining cards, he still wins here, right?
I thought no, but he has 8 points coming from the leader and some pings from the soldier, so I suppose, yeah, he does. That's like 30 that he needs, should be in...
I think he... Yeah, I think he's got 3 points from the...
Knowing Gravesh, I know that he does the math. I'm putting him on a spot now. I know that Gravesh usually does the math for every play, so there is no way he didn't do the math. And yeah, we see that he just swaps the 3 and the 6, increasing the 3-point output. And
he does it. Wow, and he'll do it by 1. What a math doer. Holy hell. My goodness. What a math doer. I want to be able to do math like that.
Yeah. You have the rest of your life to get good at that.
Don't put me on the spot like that. I'm an American. You know our education system's garbage.
Yeah, I don't know. No comment.
So do you think, I would imagine here that Magpie might have considered, like it's tough now because you've still got the ale on board, which will go next turn. You've still got your truffle. So Gravesh, of course, wants to push, but it's got to feel hard to push here and be successful with how many points are on board, right?
And pushing into the disappearing artifacts is always painful because, well, yeah, they're definitely getting clicked. There is nothing to hold them for.
And also now... Okay, sure. Yep, it's the same points either way, so that makes sense. So Magpie still ahead here, and even with the full leader plus Renfree, with the ale being available, Magpie still gets out and still gets to keep his card.
Yeah, so that's an Octal traveling into
Not to be confused with Octal, which is not a Gwent card. That's just some shit I made up. Not Kel. Thank you, Pio. That's what. Yeah, Rabbit. Why didn't you tell me his name is not Kel? And then I could have just really been saying it wrong.
Yeah, well, I was working towards the morning cocktails, but Feldy is already on that duty.
Thank you, Feldy.
And we see the leader also getting dropped here.
Well, now I think I might have been wrong because now it's...
Yeah, but infusions and leader.
Yeah, leader 4, 4, 4, 10, 6. Yeah, no, you're right. If it's both Golden Froths and leader, I think that Magpie's good here.
Of course, it's sad to lose the... Okay, no, we just seen the Otkel, but that's...
Maybe just opts to play the Utkel because he didn't have another Frey's Blessing in the graveyard yet.
It's still...
Oh no. Oh no. Has to use leader anyway.
Okay, keeps the leader.
Just decides to keep the leader and give him the card. Okay, so even cards. Which I guess makes sense because then you can choose when then to slam leader, assuming that now you have 6 cards. Okay, there's Getty, but now you need to have 2. Now you need to have 2 druids, right?
Yeah. You need at least something in form of a druid. Okay, that's a druid, but only one. Also, look at the Graveshes. He's putting you on the spot with his Ramon into Nausicaa. No Wilgefortz, though. Just
I mean,
Blightmaker.
Yeah, we talked about it, that this is this is really the best kind of hand that Gravesh could ask for in round 3. He gets to play a 14, a 10, and an 11. That's not bad.
Okay, so everything goes. The points are ridiculous. Crow Mother is pretty good support there, and yeah, Nausicaa is an honest 10-point play. But
yep, only 21 total points left for Gravesh, and that's enough from Magpie to get the job done.
yeah,
Close, but that'll do it. Alchemy makes its way through. If that Traherne hits something valuable, I think it really changes the game here. And Magpie dodged it and managed to figure out the right line to win the short round 3. Love that. Yeah, let's go shrooms.
but now you don't get to see more shrooms, so I'm not sure what you're happy about.
I
You,
know.
you
I
wanted
should
to
have.
see that.
I want 4 more years. Alcohol wins. Yeah, not alchemy. You're right. Alcohol. That's true. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Liquid. I was like, man, I'm feeling the vibe now. I gotta go play an alchemy deck. Alchemy to 2200. Hashtag saltycaptain stream.
And you don't even have to hashtag. The link is already in chat, so just click through it. We can also. There is another thing, right? So many ways to promote stuff in Twitch. Just do the shout out.
Look at this. Look at Rabbit doing the work of on behalf of our Lord and Savior Elvis Presley. That's incredible. Also, Rabbit, your chat is delightfully unhinged. We've got calls to buff Renfrey. Feldy wants Nausicaa to go to 5 power.
Yeah. Don't show that to like big groups of people who are disappointed in Nilfgaard and feel that it needs a reversal of the buffs and nerfs. So yeah, next Balance Council will be very interesting in that regard. There will be no pro player agenda like it was called of pro players trying to usurp the meta, but yeah, going back to the game, we see the Nilfgaard. Now, as I said, the deck is pretty flexible, most likely on both coins, and we see the Nilfgaard taken by Gravesh on blue this time, and going against the Frost. Frost already happy with this board setup. The Musicians of Blaviken on ranged row, the Djinn is available on the front row, so you have targets on both rows after the stratagem is getting clicked.
Yeah, you called it that this Nilfgaard list offers flexibility on both coins. Gravesh takes all of his mulligans and finds a bricked Renfree's gang in his last mulligan, which he doesn't love. Meanwhile, Magpie's got a very playable round 1 hand between the Aristocrats, found Ardgaith is the name of that Echo card. You like Red Riders, you might be willing to commit 1 Foglet if you needed it. So yeah, Magpie's got a very good hand. Not a bad hand from Gravesh, just not as playable, and you don't love that brick.
Yeah, and we see already the both rows are available for Frosting if Magpie so desires.
It'll be interesting to see how the movement plays out with these decks, because of the fact that both players, like, yeah, Magpie can move Gravesh's units, Gravesh can move them back. So you wonder what the prioritization there will be. But in this case, Magpie prioritizes playing uninteractively, and it makes sense to get the Frost down four turns on the front row, because you know that Gravesh wants to play there for flanking.
Yeah. And the flanking on the back row is actually like not even losing you too many points. If this is the tallest unit, you just get the armor blocking the Frost, so that must be quite nice.
You wish you had a Ardfane, not Ardfane, a Naglfar warrior here, an NL warrior.
Yeah.
Be able to kill that engine, but I'm sure that Magpie, if he ends up having to play it, will get value out of it in the future. A couple of options here, of course, could create some frost and then move a unit to damage and kill it with a bruiser. Could just play the Tyrnalia, possibly. Lots of good options.
Okay. So...
Right. Well, PO, yeah, you can move something that does it like a slave driver that doesn't have any value to you, and then you can move out of frost, or you can move something into frost that has armor. So yeah, that's the line. That is the takeaway rather for the line.
Okay, good points for Gravesh so far, but Magpie kinda didn't start cooking yet. For now, yeah, he might not even heat up the stove by the looks of it. Not playing and frost on both rows, not really killing the engine, so trying to at least turn it off and make them as an armor printer. Might refer to Magpie trying to just get out here.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're Magpie, you could be convinced to pass. Yeah, okay. So we see a pass here.
Yeah, so Winter Queen is somewhere in the deck still.
And you're probably very happy about that if you're Magpie, that you got to keep your... So you'll get to play Ardgaith in the two rounds that matter. Some very good draws for both players. Although Gravesh doesn't want double Nausicaa because they're not playable this round. Doesn't find a brick, which is great for Gravesh. And Magpie opts to hold the hand, which I think is probably correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, uninspired. I thought the same thing, but it's the way he was playing, it seemed like Magpie would prefer to... And I think this maybe makes sense because it encourages Gravesh to want to bleed, and hence Magpie can continue to react instead of having to be proactive. But we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, so Frost is pretty annoying if you try to get the maximum trees value, all the movement from the leader.
Oh, that's true too, yeah.
So rows are getting split inadvertently already, but more to come. And Aristocrat is getting locked because yeah, a lot of hidden points there with extending the frost value.
Magpie just gets ahead here with the Tyrnalia. The downside is the Tyrnalia can't be replayed using the Red Rider here without losing all of those Tyrnalia points, but Magpie is probably fine with that because you want to get Tyrnalia down in this round usually anyway, and it gets him ahead. So Gravesh now has to make a decision about pushing here, and do you push with, the shorter the round for Gravesh, the worse Triss is, but a long round where Magpie hasn't really committed anything thus far feels bad, right?
Yeah, and he definitely doesn't have a... If he tries to push and keep his card, there is not really a space for Trihern in that plan, so that card in hand is awkward. But we see the Blightmaker, so the push continues. Yeah, trying to at least get something out of Frost, not letting the Frost to actually carry the Winter Queen and Foglets into the next round. Okay, a search for potential assassination. Finds the Kingslayer, but it's not really a good tempo here. Do you ever take the novice, Recover Novice, to send the Trihern back into the deck and try to...
I think you might. It's either that or for the other. I think he has... Doesn't Gravesh have another Nausicaa Sergeant in hand? Because I think he drew 2 and only mulliganed 1. You can't play the Nausicaa in this round anyway. So you could do worse, and it's also a unit, which is nice.
Man, you can just take the Kingslayer and...
Or you can just YOLO a Kingslayer into an Eridan.
Yeah, that's... So many options with this, with the Nilfgaard.
Where's who was it before? Who was it in chat? I don't know if they're still here. Who was trying to already Isabella was trying to portend a Traherne, and we didn't think about for the second time today that we've seen Rabbit somebody pulling off a rune mage runestone, not Nilfgaard runestone, pulling a mill card.
Yeah.
Ugh.
But it
Gross.
makes sense. Like King of Wild Hunt, Eredin, getting killed by the Kingslayer, so at least it's lore accurate.
At least it's lore accurate. I like it.
So we have to accept it.
So Magpie removes a unit to make Triss worse, but also offers the pass. If Gravesh was willing to play the Kingslayer off of the Rune Mage for less points and not to fix his hand, then you have to imagine that the Traherne this round is probably fine too, right? I mean, he's going to see three of the top 11
that's a
cards.
good call if you've seen that and not trying to like fix the hand.
You have to imagine that if he can if Gravesh can mill another gold here, he's got to feel good about his chances.
So the status of the Karantir Golden Child is not great at the moment. No, look, a pass. It was offered and it was taken.
Gels hasn't been played yet, so maybe Gravesh. We could see either the mulligan of the Traherne, or maybe Gravesh holds the Traherne to use, knowing that the Gales hasn't been played. So there's a possibility of still milling a good card that's hiding in hand.
Okay, so losing carryover on the Winter Queen, but gaining carryover on the location.
I'm surprised that Magpie didn't just play the Navigator there, but does get, also to your point, does get carryover on the Tyrnalia.
Yeah,
So-
and at the same time, like Winter Queen is either getting locked or, well, the Frost supposed to run out of its steam, right? So it doesn't really have any utility outside of just being a 4P tempo.
Assumedly, this Nilfgaard, or this, good lord, assumedly, this card gets instantly locked here, I would imagine. And also, we did see, by the way, Gravesh, obviously, his chat, as you can see the hand as well, did end up mulliganing the Traherne.
Yeah.
So Gravesh deciding on how to control, there's a couple of different ways to do it, but could be a Ramon, could be just the lock, could be a Vilgefortz. Presumably you want to hold Vilgefortz for the tall thing, but still several options on Gravesh's part of how to control this, if that's the motive.
I suppose you want to control it, and there are not many things you are locking. Like, you kind of dealt with Eredin already. One of the Foglets is out, so your Vilgefortz might be dealing with the second one, if that's an issue. What else is there? Like, you cannot really deal with Oberon too much. Outside of killing it, you cannot lock it.
Yeah, and that's a good call from Uninspired as well, that there's only... that the other... Oh, look at this!
Oh, yeah, I didn't...
Look at the...
Okay, yeah, fair. I didn't expect the Purify, and Neutral becoming a talking point in this match.
It's all becoming a talking point.
He's just going out pretty fast, like getting locked or something, but yeah, Magpie feeling like spending Oberon on that play is worth it. It also helps with, yeah, look, you have to do it once more, but is it enough? Have you done enough damage to the Neutral?
I mean, yeah, do you... If you're Magpie here, do you Red Riders off of your Tyrnalia order and just replay the Taskmaster?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Is it happening? Is this the Gwent Masters gameplay we were destined to witness, I'm all in for that. Nah. Wait, nah. That's just the Foglet opener, and then options. Yes.
Big money, no whammies. Let's see it. Let's go!
Yeah.
Let's go!
Well, it helps tremendously with dealing with the units on the board. Like those 2-point units suffering in armor, you can snipe 1 or 2 off.
Make the Triss worse, yeah. And then we also see that, you know, once the Ard Gaith comes down again, I don't see a world where Magpie is going to lose dominance, given the way that the matchup plays out. So that means that the Navigator should get decent points right now.
And there we have it, boys and girls. The neutral is true and should stay that way, unless we'll see like Renfrey coming into play with the damage.
Nithral gonna cook. I love it. Yeah, so this Foglet obviously gets clapped by... Now this will become the Gravesh's Vilgefort's target. But the truth is that then you'll be able to play the Navigator on something else, and now there's going to be 2 really tall units on Magpie side, and you only have enough control for one of them. Now comes Raymond, which should put lots of nice armor on taller units on Gravesh's side to negate some of this frost value.
Okay, so
what golds haven't we seen from Magpie? We haven't seen Golden Boy.
yeah, I think that's one. What else? Neutral is out, so there is no Toad in the deck.
I wonder if you ever play Gels then for a Bruiser,
And that's the right
just to
call.
get value.
Good job on
Cool.
calling that out. Yeah.
Yeah, love that.
So of course there is the leader, bringing that up if you need, and you can send. But anything you send back row, that is, for example, that armored Talba cavalry is points lost on trees. So you kind of want to send the slave driver there, but he doesn't get the armor. So
Then you give 4 points away on 4 points away on the frost versus it's a lose-lose, I think, for Gravesh trying to I mean there might be a point hiding somewhere in there, and if someone could figure it out, Gravesh is smart enough.
yeah, I guess he just moves it later on, moves it back, so at the moment the armor will be taken, and then on the last leader charge he brings it back.
So presumably you play the Navigator now to because this is the last turn I think you'd get maximum value on the number of turns of Frost left on the board. Cool. Okay.
Okay. But yeah, that earlier leader charge means that you have to play a leader, so you cannot hold on to that last leader charge and bring in the armored cavalry back to the front row. So some 3 points are definitely going away from Gravesh. Cannot maximize properly here. So 5 options extended by the Rune Mage. We sadly don't see them, but hopefully they are getting light. Oh, okay, so there is a slot, but there are no bronzes in hand.
I was gonna say, Lad called it out in chat. I had the same thought of like what you were saying about trying to maximize Triss. You know, of course you want Sloth and play lowest unit, but none of that to be found for Gravesh. Instead opts to take the kill on Nithral, which is worth an extra potentially 4 points because of the damage clicks each turn. So we are looking at a tie game right now. Now a 16-point lead, minus another 2 or so for Gravesh.
So
Pulls out a Taskmaster.
So the Golden Boy is about 20, okay, a bit lower, 18 versus the trees that is playing for the similar-ish value.
Yeah.
But there is still frost damage as well.
And there'll be 2 points from the light cav.
Oh, look at that! 1 point game.
Holy
Surely,
shit.
if we are min-maxing and looking back to this, you can find
There's gotta-
for both
yeah.
players something. Whoa.
Wow, that was incredible. I think the lines were probably cleaner for Matt, like more straightforward for Magpie, but like you said, they're both players I'm sure could go back and look at the micro and find a place to find a point here or there. But for anyone who especially I mean, Rabbit, how many times have you and I on stream we've like recognized we lost a point somewhere and we're like, it's a point, it's fine.
Yeah.
It's not fine.
Yeah, and on this stage it's not fine. It's a group stage of a bigger stage that waits you next weekend.
My goodness. Wow, what a great game.
And even the person responsible for the stream is like, okay, I need a moment for that to sink in. Let's just spend 30 seconds. But yeah, okay, so claiming it now, neutral is the reason for this win.
Reason for the season.
Yeah.
Everyone wants to talk about Santa Claus and St. Nicholas. No, the reason for the season is Nithral.
Yeah. Completely broken, outperforms Coach by a mile. Had to be locked twice, and so the boy who lived and almost stole the tail. Died in the end somewhere, but yeah, brought that victory home.
Nerf. No, I would never say that. Buff the hell out of him. Kung Fu Road, if you can give me about 30 seconds, I'm going to reload my hydration source so that I am optimal salty for the next game.
Okay, yeah. So we booted up into the next game. We see 2 artifacts already present for Magpie. Has Siege in his Priestess deck. We've seen it earlier. Gravesh debuts his Precision Strike in this match. And, well, Gravesh is in need of a proactive play. Has Oxenford Scholar, has the Chariot for that, so shouldn't be a big issue. But takes a moment to consider his plays. And sacrifices the Dwarven Chariot in round 1. If you are playing against the Siege engines in round 1, spreading that armor might be very helpful here, because the random pings might just find target, even if the targeted damage from reinforced trebuchets finding the pure value. Okay, so what's the plan for Magpie? Well, apparently the plan is to use the leader charge for the East Rend and get that going immediately. Oh. Never mind. The plan is to get East Rend and play the siege engines first. So, yeah, a couple of bronzes still possible. A backup plan looks pretty spicy if you manage to roll the 3 damage. Well, there is no archer, but you can see the elite. The BME is a card rarely seen in Gwent, but for those occasions it's perfect for the job. And now we see the Eastrid plate. So a Carabalista was trying to land, did not succeed, and now after a turn, Eastrid is doing its job. Not an easy way to kill a 7 without committing your leader. And full leader is of course staining 2 cards out of your deck, but on third card plate in the round 1, unless you feel like you're potentially not getting through it by any other means, because there is a Crystal Skull still, but yeah, nothing crazy happens, and Gravesh is not going all in with the leader cleaning. So yeah, that Istrid is most likely getting, well, first of all getting clicked because there is 3 damage hidden on that skirmisher, and then potentially also getting buffed by the crystal skull. No? No. Fair enough. So it's offered as the sacrificial lamp to that skirmisher and a leader charge, for example.
And we saw the same thing that you called out in the other game, in Magpie's first game with this deck, Rabbit, which is clicking the Redanian Secret Service to be able to move along the Hubert in the deck, as opposed to playing it knowing that there really isn't a defensive Purify needed in this matchup.
Yeah. So you missed a nice roll, backup plan into 3 damage, didn't find the archer, but BME, Blue Mountain Elite, does the same job if there is the only unit on the back row. So nice roll from well, Gravesh there.
Love to see it. Love when RNGesus pokes its head out.
Okay, so Gravesh decides to keep the skirmisher charge intact for now, not dealing with that east threat, not really afraid of extra draws apparently. Not the worst call, we don't see witches, but yeah, the Thaler is here, and later on AA can be used. And now we have the Siege Master as well, so some extra points are definitely come in for Magpie.
Yeah, it's nice to play Thaler when Istrid is on the board as well. Gives you a you know, a little, you'll take, as we found out last game, you'll take points anywhere you can find them.
Yeah, true.
I know chat is amazed at my revolutionary commentary. You would like to maximize your points, because if you have more points than the opponent at the end, you win. You're welcome. That's a salty only gem. You will not hear that kind of deep mathematical computation anywhere else.
Okay, so the Oxenford Scholar is out. Gravesh is just barely keeping ahead here each turn. Not really committing. We see, well, somewhat an unfortunate draw, but that's just a carryover. Just extra point on the Hubert when you mulligan it and thin it out later. But there is a big lack of Radovit in Magpie's hand, so are we seeing the leader charge used on that? Use leader charge to get more leader charge, like a good old pyramid scheme. Use a leader charge.
Good old-fashioned pyramid scheme. And we do see that just enough damage again to remove the Onager. No, interesting. Opts to, so Gravesh opt to maximize there by playing the movement for +2 on his side of the board, and then use another, or use a leader charge. So either way, gets the job done there. And then we see Kaer Seren from Magpie, and does find a priestess in the draw, which is always nice.
And somebody please count the passive Istrid points generated already. Like, I understand that killing Onager was probably more important for Gravesh than dealing with that Istrid, but yeah, everything comes at a price. You cannot answer everything, you have to suffer some extra carryover coming for your opponent.
And it doesn't help Gravesh's cause to have both Armor's Workshop in hand, right?
Yeah.
But like you said, if you could have full leadered at some point and killed the Istrid, and like you said, I'd be curious to know how many points the Istrid is played for now.
Yeah, like it was either that, or you can just skirmisher ping that, but then you are living in a world where Onager is alive on opponent's side of the board, and now finally the Istrid is disposed, and yeah, as you pointed out, double Armor Workshop in hand doesn't really help, so you have to play your other outs, and Great Oak created a great point gap, but
I love it.
there we have it. Second Siege Master, and also Uber jumping out, and well, does Gravesh spend even more? This Zoltan is nice, but you know that your opponent is pincer maneuver, so they can just mulligan one of their good cards and get a worse card.
Yeah, and I think your call out was correct that the Gravesh was, I think, hoping to get out of this round with the Great Oak, and now is in a situation where, you know, do you play Dennis for what would that be, 11?
Yeah, not nice.
12. If you have anything other than double armor's workshop in hand, you probably play that. But like you said, you can't also give up Zoltan here, because the Zoltan also means you're giving up Eudora. Means that you're giving up units that already have armor to support Dennis Kramer. And NR needs the last leader for Radovid. Yeah.
That's what I was thinking of, but
like you said, a lack of Radovid, I think you called it. Still no Ratty. But we are seeing the push from Magpie.
Yeah, the Siege is, well, in my experience, it didn't have enough points, but that was before the Onager was printed, I think. The last time I tried that deck out. Also, yeah, Gravesh is playing Brickfest, so you mulligan 2, you get 1 as a promotional campaign.
It's the danger in the Precision Strike list of not playing the leader in round 1, and because a lot of times you're playing, you know, when you're playing Precision Strike, often you're playing Simless, and playing Simless means bricks. So yeah. To your point, we see Radovid proper as opposed to Radovid Judgment, drawn here with a leader charge. And
sadly,
that brings out...
this Radovid will be like, wait, don't jump out, I'll bring more leader charges so we can save you for later. But no, the Radovid is very quick to his judgment and jumps out immediately. Yeah, not sure if Magpie wanted it out, but since he's pushing, yeah, 6 points and extra value doesn't hurt.
Yeah, uninspired, I think, if I had to guess, Gravesh was just trying to play to his outs, right? Because if he doesn't keep the value of his leader, that if he's not going to win round 1, then he needs to keep the value of his leader to be able to be able to positively impact the opponent. What I'm confused about now is not using... I'm surprised about not using the leader here on the Radovid Judgment. Maybe, because if you would have used, if you use Zoltan first, I mean, I guess it doesn't matter because you're always losing your armor and your stuff's always getting pinged down. So I suppose it doesn't matter. Magpie goes looking for a ping here from the Onager to kill. Zoltan doesn't get it, but he'll clean that up next round, I'm sure.
Yeah, and that's a shaky grounds to be standing if you're holding a commander's horn at the moment. All those 1-point units, a couple of random pings from Onager, and yeah, the value is in danger. But at the moment we see that the miner is coming, the Zoltan is getting reactivated, so something survives.
Yeah, also Gravesh, obviously, like, the leader is partially bricked, so maybe you try to hold out hope, like, the only way that you could win is if Magpie passes and then draws poorly, but there's too much maximization in this list for that to happen. We see the Margarita come down and lock the miner, which really helps to negate being able to probably keep Zoltan alive for too much longer. We probably see a skirm here, maybe, in between the two golds.
goes for the leader and instant horn value, because I think, yeah, he was losing all the points otherwise. Like, he still lost points on the bricked leader, but the way Magpie has been going this round, you probably know that you have to commit the leader at one point, so...
Brick leader hurts Gravesh so much, not just because of the points on board, but like you had said before, it also just makes his hand so much less playable. Like the Denny plays for 5+7, you know, the Skirmisher or 5+8 maybe.
So all the clicks.
7+6, 7+, yeah, still 7+6 because of the clicks here. So yeah, I mean you're gonna get both cards out of Gravesh here if you're Magpie, and you're gonna have your combo for round 3.
Yeah. So goes for the last leader church as well, into 5 cards, so gets the entire package out in round 3. Even since Onager is on the board, might as well have some fun clicking already. So there is no armor on Gravesh's side of the board.
Yeah.
Unfortunate. Has to scrap the bottom of the chariot.
Gravesh does get out, but there's... Yeah. I mean, it's...
Oh yeah, you're getting against 1 priestess instead of 2 now, so that's something. So, very close, and pinging armor doesn't matter, right? Because you lose points on the armor, but you save points on your Cranmer. So
Gravesh does find a Nero, which at least means he'll be able to play Simless into the double, even though he'll only have 2 units on the board now, but we'll be able to play Simless into the double Armor's Workshop.
Yeah, the lack of leader is coming back in that form as well. You don't have enough units.
Yep.
But you have to take it, because everything else is just berserkers and squirrels, so...
Yeah.
At least this generates some armor on the board.
Yeah, but this will just be too much, right?
It would be nice to have the number of charges known on the priestess. Just have to have the life counter, but yeah, I would assume that the small priestess was played and the big one is doesn't even have to click anything. So Magpie wins the game.
Yeah.
And guys, what does it mean? That's a 3 win that I'm looking at the moment, upgrading the score. So I wasn't prepared for this to end this fast somehow. Felt like this series went by faster. So GG's.
Yeah, GG's to both players. Obviously they knew the lines fairly well, and like you said, there wasn't very much roping, there wasn't very much kind of deliberation except to do some math at some points. The players knew what they were about, and they were about their business.
So GG's, and well, we don't need the stream anymore apparently. So where was that bracket? We had Joe qualify from the group earlier, and in this tiebreaker a Magpie takes a 3-1 win and progresses to the Masters. So great job. And yeah, exciting weekend this time around. I'm not sure if the game in the parallel is still ongoing or not, but yeah, a lot of quality gameplay, and well, more to come next weekend.
Yeah, I'm so excited for next weekend. It's going to be so much fun, and also with so many of the players being live, or so many of the streamers, casters, people playing are going to be live, it's going to be great to kind of have that energy pass that around to the rest of us in the community. So, Rabbit, thank you so much for having me on your stream today and for handling all of the technical stuff to run the stream. Genuinely appreciate it. It's super fun getting to stream with you.
Yeah, it was exciting. We tried a couple of times, but the timings were a bit off for the metal tournaments. But yeah, we got to do the official gig. That's nice.
we get to do the big one. So hopefully we'll get to do some of the Maytol ones as well.
Okay, and apparently Bukowski has beaten Satanas in the parallel match, so we have the full list of the participants. It will be Kaneki and Paya from before, Mayamon, Joe, Cat, Burger, now Magpie as well joins the team. We've seen a lot of great matches. And the rest of the players, you can find it on Reddit. I'm pretty sure you can see it in social media as well. I started, but I folded my hand and I couldn't name all 8 participants on the go. But yeah, thanks for joining, and I guess I'll let you go. I'm gonna be finishing myself as well, but we'll have a little chat with chat, and
by all means,
I'll send the guys somewhere else. So yeah, see ya.
Thank you so much, Rabbit. We'll talk to you soon. Thanks, chat. You guys were great. We'll talk to you later.
Bye-bye. So that's an exciting weekend of Gwent. Hope you guys enjoyed. And yeah, finally got to work with Salty. We tried for the previous metals tournaments, but somehow it was either me or him being unavailable. Now we Snap. Why would we play Stop It? Who plays Snap even? I haven't in quite a while. Okay, so do we put music? Gwent OST. We will put the Gwent OST up again. Nah, there is no other game. I gonna send you away soon. I think the parallel game already ended since we had the result of the Group B tiebreaker posted. Gwentfinity music 10-hour challenge. So yeah, guys, if you are up for more Gwent stuff, there is a YouTube channel, Sellout Time. Thanks everyone who followed during the stream, much appreciated. The notifications were off so that they are not distracting from casting. We had Salty chatting with you as well, so he was keeping an eye on the chat, so that was nice. I was mostly checking the technical stuff besides casting and talking through the plays. The music is loud. So a 5-hour stream is pretty nice and all. But yeah, as I said, there is a YouTube channel. You can just drop a follow. There is a deck list, right? The deck preview that I've done, overview. So that was nice to make. Got to edit pictures a little bit. Maybe there will be a group stage review on YouTube as well, but I'm most likely gonna upload some of the exciting matches. And everyone on YouTube who were watching, much appreciated as well. Hope you enjoyed the cast there as well. Not often I'm streaming on both Twitch and YouTube simultaneously. Also, moderators, thanks for running the predictions. Not sure how many points changed hand, but at the beginning I've seen that people were putting some channel points on the line. So okay, I'm not gonna play, so let's find someone to host. Regarding the future plans, well, I'm not casting the final stage of the tournament, so there is that. we won't be doing that watch party. I'll think about it, but I might be unavailable. So maybe we'll just enjoy Masters in chat together. So anyone live? Or Pio? Go live. Who else is there? Perhaps you can go live? Anyone else wants to join on the fun? Okay, Pabs doesn't want to go live. Pio doesn't want to go live. I think Spacey and everyone casting will be finishing soon. We can do a recap. Is there a Reddit thread? Why not? Group stage. Maybe there is something. I just want to recheck who is true. And why not do that together, casters? Okay, so I found the good stuff. Let me just bring that up. We are doing the recap of all the groups and the stuff that happened. Cram did a great job with this. Rerun time? Maybe? There is an entire week for that, okay? And you can do that even without the commentary, so there are more matches. But yeah, first, start now for the key corners. Don't think so. So, Group A, although we'll need this removed and the camera. This is not obstructive, but to do. Okay, good. Why is it on the Group B though? God damn it. So the first group was Mayamon, Catburger, Truzky and Jamie, and we have Mayamon and Catburger going through. Truzky sadly didn't manage to beat either of those two to progress, and Jamie was he has only one hand, but he was handed 2 losses, unfortunately for himself. So yeah, Mayamon, Catburger joining Paya and Kaneki. Next group was Saturnas, Puzzle, Sanvanter and Bukowski, and we've seen Puzzle eliminated with 2 losses. Sanvanter and Bukowski managed to qualify, so I think Bukowski and Catburger had some of the similar lineup ideas, but there were different decks nonetheless. And in the game, group number 3, the Joe succeeds, and also Magpie we just witnessed qualifying. So we have 3 Chinese players, Magpie. So actually international, and I think Bukowski has the US flag on his profile, but that might be just a VPN thing. Let's go bad jokes. Where were the bad jokes? Can you point towards those jokes? So, Magpie, Joe, Mayamon, Catburger, Sanvanter, Bukowski, Kaneki, Paya. Who wins the entire thing? My call gonna be one of the two players who qualified directly. Because for them it will be a fresh experience. They haven't competed in ages, and they go to the stage and they want to show people that they can do that. So Paya or Kaneki. So this entire group stage will be for naught outside of our entertainment. And Spacey, thanks for the raid. Our notifications were off, but now we can turn them on. How was your game? Like, I know the result. I also lost my overlays somewhere. Hello, Rashid. Gotta play Gwent now? Nah, we'll just send the entire bunch of people back or forward to someone else's channel. But yeah, hope you guys enjoyed content on Spacey's stream as well. Our game was spicy, but yeah, we see the graphics. Bukowski Satanas 3-1. Magpie. Yeah, can't you unpin it? Ain't you the mod? Unpin this message. I don't know if you can actually unpin something that I pinned. Hello, Casino. So yeah, we're up for 5 hours. We just got raided. Rashid, do you know a lot about the current meta? Are you casting the Gwent Masters top 8? That sounds like work. Who is the Bukowski? What is his real nickname? It is Bukowski for like months and months recently. If he changed his username, that was some time ago. Orcs, thanks for the prime, much appreciated. Spasiba, thank you. Hope the cast was enjoyed. If I missed any other subs and follows, I'm sorry. The raids and the overlay was off because I kind of tried to stay focused, and yeah, we had Salty chatting with you guys as well, so that was a livelier discussion than usually because during the cast with Lemon we spent more time chatting with the Twitch, and also if anyone wrote something on YouTube, well, not much more than I've seen the previous time. So yeah, that was an exciting weekend. To Santos Hospitality probably should be many players, many viewers' favorite deck, but yeah, Mayamon just has status of legend in Gwent community, and he done it. He qualified with that, so I rewatched the game against Catburger before uploading it. And yeah, so if that's the news for you, the decks for the final stage remain the same. So some should be happy, some should be sad, because would have been spicy to see people try to cook up a new lineup for the top 8, but no, not allowed. As far as I know, or as far as I've seen, there was no divination challenge for the group stage. Hopefully projects will do one for the Masters playoff stage, but maybe they don't have anyone there to handle out the prize. They have the prizes for the correct predictions, so maybe nothing gonna happen with it. Also, from the good things happening recently, where is it? Oh look, would you look at that? 1 second. I got a new achievement, so we are just flexing now. Look at that. It's beautiful. God damn it, that doesn't work like this. But A 1 million views on YouTube was achieved recently, so good job, guys, those of you who are watching on YouTube. Kinda stagnated in the past couple of months for no apparent reason before the Masters, but yeah. A 1 million is not something I'd expect. On the other hand, somewhere during the last year I kinda hope that it picks up the pace, so we'll see how it goes. If the Gwent Balance Council does its job properly, there will be more content to create on Gwent, and yeah, we'll see how the viewership. If not, we'll have to pivot to something else for the YouTube. How can we make those statistics red hot, you mean? You can sub on YouTube as well. You can watch and like every video and every play Gwent deck that I'm posting for the channel visibility. But yeah, that's a big question mark about the viewership of the game. Like, people will have fun with it, but without the competitive scene there might be less excitement and less reasons for people to jump into the streams to see what's happening and what's cooking. Sure, I'm not even joking. Like, look, you go to the... You think I'm joking, but every upvote matters because no, where is it? Their guides. Look, wouldn't you love to see the devotion traps and the first position on Gwent deck library at the moment? You click on that. There is no guide even, but you get to the video. And this helps a lot according to the... Oh, not a lot, but it helps a little bit. So, you open the deck, you press... Like, you are importing the deck anyway. Just click the button. See, I didn't click it myself. Apparently you can upvote your own decks. Incredible. So we looked at the participants. Switching to become a League of Legends streamer? I don't think so. TFT? I don't think so as well, because I'm kinda struggling winning the games there and keeping attention. So talking while playing TFT is definitely not happening. So did anyone go live? No new. There is a IRL Gwent gameplay being streamed. Impressive. I think I've seen them do it before. So what now though? Like, there is a Masters, there is a Balance Council coming up soon, so I guess that is a thing to do. Think about the next phase of the balancing, thinking about nerfing Thirsty Dame to 6. P again is probably what a lot of players consider, or a lot of Nilfgaard haters are thinking of. When is the Game Awards, and do you guys care about those at all? The most anticipated and the best game of this year and all that. Are you following? Have you voted? Have you also voted on Steam? I'm not sure how can we take things seriously when the Hollow Knight... okay, we also had a hidden sub goal of no tier lists. So I remember, since we didn't hit the sub goal, although we still can, we can do a fast tier list. Not gonna post it anywhere. I think you need to own the games to vote. I don't... Ah, okay, yeah, on Steam. Probably. So I own some of them, but not all of them. Oh, good stuff. I have my Gwent on the wrong monitor. I recently replaced one of the monitors. So we're just fixing stream now, apparently. Finally, let's jump. No, you're not listening. See the sub goal somewhere on the bottom right? Also, yeah, there. We didn't reach it. Thus, we have to do a tier list. And we have to do a tier list of plants. See? Okay, let's look. So I think the Orchard Mine Trap is a better card than the Archispore. So on my tier list, Orchard Mine Trap is like an A card, and Archispore is an F tier card. So yeah, that's the punishment for not reaching the sub goal. Orcs tried to get us there, but unfortunately it did not happen. So you got your tier list value. See? Easy. And now we can close the Gwent and remove the sub goal. So hopefully next time you can avoid that. Hope that was entertainment that you came here for. Okay, so now it's really time to end it. So let's see who is still alive. Pablo is still watching, so if you missed Magpie versus Gravesh, you can watch Magpie versus Gravesh on his stream. That doesn't seem like a thing to do. So I'm gonna send you to Mosh. There was no proper bracket. If you want to see the deck lists, it's here, and if you want to see the results, Reddit probably is the best spot for that. Like I showed the pictures, I'll upload it on YouTube as well, but yeah, this is the best thread probably to check the results, immediate results. And the bolded players are the ones going through. Moshcraft, are we raiding? Okay, there we go. So thanks for watching, hope you enjoyed it. Enjoyed chatting with you, enjoyed casting for you. Salty was amazing, so if you missed out on following Salty, please do. His streams, he is a wholesome streamer and plays some incredibly fun decks at times. He is a big fan of Alchemy, as we've seen, so I would expect him to stream Alchemy at the Magpie 1 pretty soon. Good night, good morning, see you around, bye bye.